Do, do, do. Where's my... Where are we recording?
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Danny for the evening.
I'm various characters.
Oh, there is my light. Make sure they're there, not there. I'm just getting all my computer stuff ready.
That's okay. I just wanted to get here for a moment and then I'm going to go wander to the restroom so that I'm around when we're actually reading this.
Me too. We're on the same page because I'm going to go to the restroom myself.
Yep. It's just the easiest way to do it. Granted, the video will stay on. I'm not taking it into the restroom with me, but the sound will be turned off.
No problem. I'll just be here entertaining myself after I use the bathroom. Yeah. And I actually have a printed out copy of the script that I had bought because this is like my favorite movie. So I was like, what script are you using? Are you using that one? I'm like, I already have it.
I have it on the I have it on the line. I used to see a while ago. I'll give you a quick thing. Because I actually have made some money at writing, and I had a screenplay collection of about 500 screenplays, and
Wow.
then unfortunately I got divorced and went, I can't move all these, and all my books, so I let all but like 25 screenplays go.
Oh.
And took them down to the ones that I thought were the best out of the group. I mean, I had all 5 versions of Alien 3. All
wow.
5. So, look, somebody else.
Somebody else is here.
Yep. You've just arrived to watch both of us go to the restroom separately.
Yes, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will
Not
be right
together?
back.
That's so disappointing.
Yeah, well,
All right. Hello.
Hi, I'm trying to solve a problem. Although at least it's a interesting problem.
This is my first time doing this, so I'm a wee bit nervous.
It is? Oh, no, don't be nervous. These are great. And it's not unusual for them to go off the rails at some point, and usually just everyone laughs, and about half of the people in it will just take bong hits. It's just there's no wrong way. There's no wrong way.
People are going to get offended if I smoked on camera or not.
Nope, I do not partake myself, but half likely at least a third of the people who show up will be hitting a bong at some point. You can just about guarantee that.
Oh, that makes me feel so much better. Okay, so I am a burlesque performer.
Cool.
I did Rocky Horror, Shadowcast, and Repo for several years. I'm just not used to the script reading part of it because I'm used to like the music cues and everything that come in between it, especially with this film. I saw Midsommar 9 times in the movie theater.
I've seen it 0 times, which brings us straight to the interesting issue I'm having. I'm okay with this. I told in the casting, I told Beth that it's like, oh, I've never seen it. If you want to throw in someone who's going to go in cold, well, I'll do it. And she did.
Yeah, and I'm like the main character, and I'm like, first is like, yeah, because I have the costume of her, and now I'm like nervous because I'm like, I'm not used to script reading. These people are real thespians. I'm just a burlesque performer that used to be Chuck E. Cheese. What am I gonna do? I don't know.
Trust me, they're not. Trust me, darling, they're not real thespians.
And then the funny thing is too that I
oh, cool.
I bought the script already like off Etsy because it's my favorite movie. So
you'll be fine. It's half burlesque people. There's people who just love musicals or whatever. There's people who I probably have never done anything. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it a tiny bit. But I can give you just one tiny piece of advice if you have a use for it. When in doubt, chew the scenery. Everyone loves that.
Okay.
The last one of these I did was when we did The Wizard of Oz recently, just like a week ago or something. And I was the witch, so eating all the scenery was sort of part of the job. The thing is, I've never seen this, and I do not speak Swedish. And I've been given a small role that sings a fucking song on page 107. So I'm like, what does any of this sound like?
Oh. Wait a minute. You're in that.
What? Sorry, you cut out. You were mocking me. I didn't quite hear it.
You're in that scene? Oh, okay. You're gonna have to watch the movie after this because realize like everything that you're part of is that is in the movie is like what the fuck is happening? It is probably the most what the fuck sex scenes ever.
Oh.
So
I don't know if I'm in any sex scenes. I literally don't know.
No, you're singing on page 107. Yeah, you're in the sex scene.
Well, I mean, that's just stage description. So really someone else kind of does it for me. I mean, I don't know. That's that's the red-haired woman. She doesn't seem to appear in any other scenes. Oh, there we go. Let me do some fucking there. That's interesting. I don't know. I haven't read the script either. I only flicked through it to see if there's anything I needed to know about the incidental characters. And this one's like, oh yeah, this one sings in Swedish. Ah!
If I was you, I'd make up a song. Like, if I was doing that, I would start singing Get Low, like, from the window to the wall. It's right down my balls. Crawl, you bitches, crawl. Crawl, skeet, skeet, motherfucker. Crawl, skeet, skeet. That's what I would do. Like, I would go ratchet with it. But that's just me.
Well, I could not find a clip of this.
ABBA. Or Ace of Base. They're Swedish.
That's funny. That's not the like. If I decided to do what you said, that's not the song I would pick. Possibly from being extra white, it's possible. I would go with Tom Lehrer, the Masochism Tango.
Okay.
I ache for the touch of your lips, dear, but much more for the touch of your whips, dear. You can raise welts like nobody else as we dance to the Masochism Tango.
See, that works too.
But the thing is, I was trying to find the actual scene. Like, what does this actually sound like?
Swedish, you could do like an ABBA song or Ace of Base. Just saying.
You're not wrong. Vakna upp.
Because you know,
Okker
nothing makes a
Ocheng.
horror film more than Dancing Queen.
Yeah, I'm on the fence whether I want to do that song as my Danny burlesque number, because I already have you seen the movie?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna do an act as Christian and the bear suit as the end, so Hot in Here by Nelly.
Okay.
And then I'm doing an act as the actual temple to Richard Cheese's cover of Yellow into Hot 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 by Buster Poindexter.
Okay.
You are infinitely more prepared for this than anyone else is going to be.
It's why I'm happy I don't have to sing.
I still can't figure out my Danny act song, but that's Dancing Queen has been on the list of my.
Hi, Beth. I don't speak Swedish.
It doesn't matter.
I don't think anyone does.
And none of us do.
I don't think anyone does, but you gave me a song in Swedish. And I've got Google Translate up here trying to learn what the words sound like.
Can you sing like the Swedish chef stuff?
Do you want that in Midsommar? Because I can definitely do that.
I mean, I think you should just go with what you want to do. Whatever it may be.
Hi, Beth.
Hi! So excited!
Look at my background. I have her painting that's above her bed.
Oh, that's
my
amazing.
God. Did you get it from IKEA?
Yes, I did.
Because I still need to go and like see if they still have some, because I wanted to. It's just they don't fucking deliver, and I'm scared to go.
I love that they sell it at IKEA. That's fucking
so
amazing.
It's so
What
worth it.
IKEA?
Oh, I do have the IKEA shirt
The
too.
bear
with him that
painting
you
from
built
above
in
her bed.
Midsommar.
So good.
They have like prints of it, I guess, that they sell at IKEA. That's amazing. Yeah, there.
Well, it's
Only
apparently
they
a
shipped.
famous painting.
It's what?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's apparently a famous painting.
Yes.
Yes.
I was unaware. Hi, Heather.
Hello.
Yay.
Hi, is it Monet?
Yes, Monet, like the painter.
That's what I thought. I grew up with a girl named Monet. It's very nice to meet you.
Thank you. Hi, nice to meet you too. I'm very nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous.
Aw.
We just fuck around
Well,
and have fun.
you share a name with one of my childhood best friends, and we're here to have fun, so it's all good.
Yeah, fuck
And
it.
I'm prepared because like I already had the script for Midsommar because I bought it off Etsy like a few months ago. It's my favorite movie. I saw it 9 times in the theater.
Damn.
I'm
That's
excited
impressive.
to like check out the script because I noticed it's like a little bit,
Yeah.
you know, it's not. So I am excited. It's gonna be fun.
Well, I know there's some things in here, and then I have the movie on VHS, Japanese Steelbook Collector's Cut, the version you sent.
Damn.
I have the soundtrack on vinyl and CD.
You can get it on VHS?
Yeah.
Damn.
I love that you
pretty
can get it on
impressive.
VHS.
It's pretty impressive.
Oh, I forgot my earrings.
Are they doing the vinyl thing with VHS now? Is that happening?
I don't know, but that is some wacky, wild
I
stuff.
love it.
Doesn't
I
that
still
kind of,
have a VCR.
Or
I mean,
maybe it's just because the DVD wouldn't work.
that's
Like,
kind of cool in a creepy way. Like
Yeah.
this song is this movie is so terrifying that it reverberated backwards into the time or something.
Yes, and the soundtrack's available on 8-track, and you can get it on Laserdisc and Minidisc.
and hi-fi.
8-track, that's so bourgeois. Let me know when they come out with the wax cylinder.
The soundtrack's on 78.
Oh my god, wax cylinder 78.
I do just want everyone to be aware. I have never seen this.
That's
I don't know what happens.
Oh,
Going
boy.
in cold.
Today.
Trigger warning, suicide. That's the
Oh,
big
I
one.
know it's a horror
Yeah.
movie. Horrible shit's happening. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I know, but
Horrible,
suicide is a
horrible.
big trigger warning that I feel bears mentioning
Yes.
with this one.
Fair enough. I can take it. Thank
Yes,
you.
Okay.
You're
Now you
welcome.
know.
No, because I have friends who had gotten really excited about seeing it, and I was like,
Yeah.
why?
Yeah. No, that was a good call.
It's not exactly a romp.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't
It's
think
my
anyone
favorite
expects it to
rom-com.
be, but they don't necessarily expect the
It
specific.
depends on how you
terribleness.
look at it, okay?
Apparently, in
It's
apparently
true
in Sweden, they
rom-com. It's
consider
my
it a
favorite
comedy.
rom-com.
Hello, beautiful
It's my favorite
people.
rom-com. Like
I'm happy to be
Don't
that was
share
my
things
earring.
I love.
I got my earrings too.
Everyone?
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Oh my god, you are
This is amazing.
This
like,
was
this is
just
my
meant
movie.
to be.
I need less forehead.
No, all forehead. We're just missing Joel. Let me go spank Joel. Where is he?
Waiting for you to do that because now that's a reason for him to be late if it's available.
No. No.
Just imagine that, right? What? All I have to do is be 10 minutes
Be
late to
late?
something and there's a spanking available?
Not the sexy kind. Jeez.
There's another kind of spanking?
Yeah.
I
They were
agree.
all that kind.
The way I do it. What? Who said that?
These are like the only thing I'm ever on time for. It's really weird. I feel
know, me
weird like
too.
saying,
Yeah.
hey, are you coming?
same.
And it's like 3 minutes after 8:30. It's
I
like,
am more.
who am I?
Yeah, no, I'm more anal retentive about timeliness with these than I am with anything in my life.
Normally I'm late to everything. So.
I'm late to everything, and I don't give a shit
Same.
if other people are late to things.
Oh,
But
yeah.
like, when
Totally.
it's reading, I'm like, excuse me, it's
I get
past
happy
6 p.m.
excited about it.
Ever since the one that started at 8 o'clock that I thought started at 8:30.
Oh, now you're all
time
paranoid all the
At least
time.
15 times. And I'm like, it's 8:30. Come on, it's 8:30. And then
I have
yesterday
no
with
idea
Kento,
why
I was
I
like,
even did it at 8 that
I'll
one
tell you
time.
a
I don't
story
know.
that'll make you feel so much better.
yeah.
I once bought tickets for my significant other and myself to go see a Broadway show, and I thought it started at 8, and it started at 7. And we got there, and it was an hour into the show. And
Oh.
thank goodness, the usher that we met was super nice. Hi, Joel.
Hi.
The usher we met was super nice, and she gave us an email. And I don't know how many shows do this, but y'all should look into this if you ever have a situation where you can't make it to a show. Sometimes they have an email, and if you bought tickets that you were not able to use, they'll ask you for like the information on the tickets, and then they'll give you tickets to a future show.
That's awesome.
That's fucking rad.
Yeah, because they can check to make sure that the tickets were never scanned, so they know that you actually never saw it.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of nice, right? Like it's surprisingly nice.
That's really cool.
I was late
Go ahead.
I was late to my own show one time because my phone was stuck in Australian time. And for some reason, I was like, I don't know. It's weird that it's like getting dark right now. And I was like 2 hours late to my own show. I ended up ripping a chunk of my hair out on stage that night because I got it stuck in my costume because I put it on too fast. And I was just so stressed.
Honey, no.
Oh, no.
It's growing back. I have like a little short piece, but it's good.
So see, like thinking a read starts 30 minutes later than it's going to is like nothing.
It could be way worse.
It could be so much.
I mean, it was fine. I wasn't even in it until the middle, so I don't even think I missed anything. But
Which read was that?
that was a Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh,
Yeah. You know what? I think I started it early on purpose because I just assumed it was going to be a really long one, but it
I don't
really
know.
wasn't.
Well, it's just weird because yesterday with Kento, I was like, okay, so that starts at 8:30, right? And I'm like, no, it starts at 8. I'm like, I look at the post, I'm like, when does it start again?
that was the
I've
weekend.
no sense. I'm late to everything. I'm late to everything. But so for these things, I just totally agree with y'all.
Can they read out the extra stuff, like the beginning and all that stuff?
Yes, that's the stage manager. That's Laura.
I like how Joel's
Yay!
name says Christian Odd Boy, which is I just look at that and I go,
Great.
what is every Mormon, Alex?
I was gonna say, what is Tommyosis?
Oh, wait, you weren't talking to me.
I was gonna say that's very
hypothetical, sadly deceased Alex, not you, who, to our knowledge, is not as deceased.
Oh, Trebek.
So that's my Christian, huh?
That's me.
Yes.
I'm
My
already
dad-
being a jerk and it hasn't even started.
Oh my
wonderful
god, and it's
gaslighting
Joel, that's
boyfriend.
fucking hilarious.
Yay!
I don't know what to expect from this, Joel, but
It's just funny because
I'm just expecting pure delight. So
Yeah.
Monet, I
I
don't
mean,
know if
that's-
you've met Joel, but he is the
That's
sweetest
a given.
sweetie
That's a
that ever
given.
was.
I'm expecting all of us to react to this the way apparently Swedish people reacted to the movie when it came out, like it's a comedy.
Maybe. Yeah, they thought it was a black comedy.
No way.
amazing.
No.
They were laughing in theaters, apparently.
That was so amazing.
No, that's actually really interesting because doesn't that imply they might be right? I mean, wouldn't they know?
It does feel funnier on a second watch. I will say that.
The sex scene is always funny on the first watch. Like next time when we're done with this Panasonic, I am gonna have sex and I'm gonna have it just like that, and I'm already figuring out who's gonna do the solo. Like I'm already planning.
Can I be one of the swaying naked women who just stand there?
I
want to be the one.
My next time having sex just like that.
That's my job.
Greg, you got glasses, twin.
I noticed. Yeah, we got it. Pretty.
I have these two.
I love these.
I love them.
Rainbow glasses.
It seemed like appropriate for tonight.
Yay, glasses. Oh yeah, because flowers.
And in your background is the temple, and then what?
Yeah. Awesome.
So like,
I have to find a picture of Sandy's tattoo. My friend has a tattoo of the house with the bear and the flames.
Yeah,
and it's really cool.
I plan to get one soon. I want to do her on one front of my thigh, and then him burning in the other side, and put my legs together.
That's
no spoilers.
So fucking metal, and I mean that in the highest
I think this
respect.
whole movie's about to get so spoiled.
Well, presumably when we actually read it, yeah.
All the spoilers ahead.
Okay.
Am I actually going to have to speak Swedish in this?
Some people are.
You all learned it phonetically, right?
Yeah, I learned it from the Muppets. Is that not correct?
That's fine.
That's gonna be my accent.
I couldn't even figure out a Swedish accent. It just all ends up sounding German or generic. It just whatever I do, it's fine.
They don't sound like what the TV's taught us.
No,
I did a play with a Swedish girl a while ago. She had actually quite a gentle accent that sounded vaguely European and absolutely nothing like what sitcoms like to say a Swedish accent sounds like, which I suspect might be a bad Norwegian.
That is actually kind of how this movie's accents are a little bit, the way you're describing. So
they're very gentle. They're very
gentle and vaguely European.
Very, very Caucasian.
That too. That's
actually my family's from Caucasia.
Hello, White Josh.
Hello,
White Josh.
White Josh.
Because I'm Josh, but I'm white, so.
Oh, White Josh jokes.
Oh, White Josh.
But also, it's a crazy ex-girlfriend joke, so it works on two levels.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
And I'm starting a one-woman band called Meatball Sex Club, which is a reference to what he says. Are we gonna see any meatball sex clubs on the way? And he's like, no, we're gonna treat a housing land. Yeah. And I wrote cover songs based on like stuff. Like, so I turned Sister Christian into Mr. Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
You do parodies.
And
that's
a cover of Genuine's Pony called Paper about Josh writing his thesis.
Nice.
Oh my god,
I want to hear that.
So fucking good.
I'm honestly not sure I would have seen this movie as immediately as I did if I didn't love William Jackson Harper to the ends of the earth, because just
I had no idea what this movie. I saw the previews for Us, and I was like, "This is some white people shit that I don't mess with, and I'm not." And then to keep me from seeing Smashing Pumpkins in concert, my friends were like, "That movie Midsommar's playing," and I said, "Okay, let's go see it." And then I fucking fell in love, and then saw it 8 more times in the theater, and bought it on Amazon. And
wait. What do you
Meanwhile,
mean?
I followed the
to
one
keep
black
you from
guy
seeing Smashing Pumpkins in concert. Why was that an objective?
Okay, so I have 37 Smashing Pumpkins tattoos. I rubbed Billy's head. I have bottles of water he drank out of. However,
Concerning.
Billy went on Alex Jones and said that Black Lives Matter was the same as the KKK.
Yeah, that's true. Fuck that guy. Oh, she's frozen.
No, no freezing.
Oh, there we go.
That was it. Sorry. Yeah. So it was very, very hard not to go to the show.
Yeah.
And
you made the right choice.
But I'm sorry for your creative loss.
Yeah.
It was hard.
Yeah.
And like, let's take your mind off of something. And I was like,
yeah.
And I dressed in cosplay the first time I saw the movie because I just knew that there was blonde hair and flowers, and I did that. And
that's amazing.
When Danny and Christian have their first talk it made me realize what the movie is about, and it made me uncomfortable and made me want to leave, and that's what made me fall in love with the movie, because
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's
in
why I love his
relationships with
movies.
Christians.
Yeah.
And so that's what made the movie for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
I came into it having followed William Jackson Harper from The Good Place, which couldn't be more different from this movie. and, and then I was like, oh.
Well, now there's an interesting thing you just said, because I suspect a certain element of, oh, this is nice, wait, we're in the bad place, might be available for both.
Yeah, it's a very different tone.
I didn't know he was in this. I haven't seen it yet.
He is, and he's wonderful in it. I love him.
And Sadie is playing his character.
And I'm playing him, which is why I'm White Josh.
Yeah.
And I personally because people get so mad over Christian dying, and I'm like, people get killed all the time.
Spoilers!
Deserve to die.
Not even.
Sorry.
That's like the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. A lot of people die.
A lot of people die.
Well, I should certainly hope so. Otherwise, it's not going to.
So I'm like, why are people mad about this death? You're not mad at Camp Crystal Lake teens. You're not mad at Kids on Elm Street. Like, why does this death bother you? And it's
no, I was psyched. I was like,
yeah.
Cheer. And this movie was the funniest thing, because women were like, and dudes are like,
I watched this with my ex-boyfriend, and I was like, the ending of this movie is so satisfying. Just wait for it. And then we got there, and he was like concerned.
He's like, no, I need to run away.
are you gonna burn me in a bear suit, honey?
Like, maybe it depends on your behavior.
We're spoiling this for Abby. Let's start.
Yeah, we should just do this, and we'll let Abby go on this roller coaster.
Although I will say one about I was a little. Aside from the fact that it's sad, it's bad to have to lose an artist you like to shitheadery. It was like the first when she initially said to try to keep me from this Pumpkins concert. I'm like, wait, is one of your friends a time traveler from the future who knows that everything goes very, very bad?
Smashing Pumpkins concert party. It's for your kids. We have to skip the Smashing Pumpkins concert for your kids.
Your kids, Monet. It's your kids. Oh my god. Okay, let's do this.
I'm gonna start the movie on the director's cut version and see how we fare up.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Okay.
Really? Okay.
We'll see what happens pretty fast, I think. If something.
All right. Midsommar, written by Ari Aster. He wrote it in 2017. Exterior woods, Hälsingland day, in Hälsingland, North Sweden. We cycle through a series of beautifully composed midday landscapes. None of them feature people or human habitation. A spare Swedish lullaby plays over this quiet montage. This is the song of the Hargus. When it concludes, we cut hard to exterior of a house in Minnesota at night. It's a beautiful suburban home bathed in vivid moonlight. The neighborhood is very quiet. Inside a bedroom, a man and woman in their early 60s lay asleep in bed. They are extremely still. The phone rings. The man and woman do not stir. After a few rings, the answering machine takes it.
Hello, you've reached the Ardor residence. Please leave your message at the tone. When you're finished with your message, press pound.
Beep!
And there comes the voice of a young woman.
Hey, Mom and Dad, it's Danny. Sorry I'm calling so late. I'm just checking in to make sure everything's okay. I got kind of a scary email from Terry, and it sounded like you guys were having some sort of conflict. Anyway, I just got a little bit worried, so call me when you can. And if there's anything I can do, just please know that I'm here, okay? All right, I love you.
In that interior bedroom, Brooklyn, New York night, the young woman lowers the cell phone from her ear. This is Danny, 25, a beautiful but delicate brunette. She hangs up and turns to her laptop. An email from Terry Ardor titled Dear Danny is displayed. It reads, I can't anymore. Everything's black. Mom and Dad are coming too. Goodbye. Danny stares at this, anxiety rising. She picks up her phone, hesitates, then calls Christian. 4 rings. Christian, 25 answers. The rest of this scene will be shot in a very tight close-up of Danny.
Hi.
Danny.
Hey, babe, what are you up to?
Oh, just smoked some resin at Mark's and now we're getting pizza.
Oh, nice.
In the background, we hear a young man repeating,
Hi. Hi, Danny. Hi, Danny. Hi,
yeah,
Danny.
he's saying hi right now, over
Hi,
and
Danny.
over.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
So I was just calling to see if you still wanted to get together.
Oh, did we talk about doing something tonight?
I mean, not concretely. I was just seeing.
Oh, well, okay, yeah. I should be able to swing by.
All right.
Yeah, okay. How's the sister situation?
Well, I've now sent her 3 emails and still no response. I'm starting to get a little nervous.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, probably. I hope so.
She does this every other day, Danny, and only because you let her.
Well, I don't let her. She's bipolar.
I know, but you do though, babe. You go straight to crisis mode.
Well, but she's my sister, and even this last email was different.
Okay, but is it though? It's still another clear ploy for attention, just like every other panic attack she's given you.
Danny looks like she wants to argue with this, but she stifles it.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You are right.
The more you respond, the more she's encouraged to keep this crap up.
No, I don't. You're right. I just need to be reminded. Thank you. I'm very lucky to have you.
Me too.
See you later.
So
Bye,
do I.
Danny. Bye, Danny.
Yep.
Bye, Danny.
All right, love you. Bye.
Bye, Mark.
Danny hangs up. Her eyes are wide with insecurity. Interior kitchen. Minutes later, Danny stands in the kitchen mid-phone conversation, fraught. She paces when she's not speaking.
It's just like in his tone, you can hear it. It's like he's trying to work up the nerve to say something, and I just keep stabbing it off.
So don't stave it off. Be direct. Confront him.
Well, what if I scared him? I'm always roping him into my family crap.
Oh, how do you rope him in?
On him.
That's what he's there for.
I tell him everything. I even called him today in tears because my sister sent me another scary email. What if I'm scaring him off?
Well, what did your sister write?
Oh, just some ominous bullshit. She does it all the time. It's torture. And I'm completely leaning on him in support. What if I overwhelmed him and now he thinks I have too much baggage?
Danny opens a prescription bottle of Ativan and pops one.
Well, if that's the case, then good riddance, right?
No, not if I went too far, not if I leaned too heavily.
Danny has returned to her laptop.
You didn't. He should be there when you need him.
Danny begins hastily composing an email to her sister, Terry.
But what if I need him too often? What if it becomes...
Then he's not the right guy because it shouldn't ever be a chore. Would it be a chore if he leaned on you?
Danny breaks from her writing to respond.
But he never asked for anything from me. I've never even seen him cry, so I'm the only one leaning.
Or the only one opening up. The only one making yourself vulnerable. That's intimacy.
As the friend says that, Danny finishes typing. Her email reads, "Please write me back, Terry. You can't just write me something like that and then disappear. I'm worried sick, and I think my boyfriend is breaking up with me and I'm freaking out. Please write back, please." Danny's phone beeps with an incoming call. It's an unknown number. Interior pizza parlor, New York, at night. A grubby pizza parlor outside the window looms a purple NYU sign. Christian, a very handsome and fit, sits at a booth. Beside him are his friends, Mark, 26, droll, shaggy hair, Josh, 27, a skinny, sometimes snobbish academic, and Pele, 26, a nice-looking Swedish exchange student. Pele doodles on his napkin, drawing the flowers on the table. Mark is currently lecturing a despondent Christian.
Dude, you need to stop sitting on the fence with this.
But what if I end up regretting it a week later and then I can't get her back?
You don't want her back.
I might.
So then you can bitch to us for that week about how much you regret it. And then we'll be like, dude, you've been wanting out of this absurd relationship for the last year. And you'll be like, oh shit, that's right. And then you can find some new chick who actually likes sex and who doesn't drag you through like a million hoops a day.
Christian is thinking about this, extremely conflicted.
You might think a masochistic part of you might be playing out this drama to distract you from the work you actually need to be doing.
And what work do I actually need to do, Josh?
Your prospectus, maybe? Your PhD?
Christian clearly does not want to be told his priorities by Josh. Before he can snap back, an attractive waitress in early 20s brings over the check.
Whenever you guys are ready.
Thank you.
Pele has a Swedish accent. She smiles at Christian.
Thank you.
She holds the smile with Christian and walks bashfully off. Mark definitely caught that.
Dude, you could be getting that girl pregnant right now.
And don't forget all the Swedish women you can impregnate in June.
Yeah, dude, don't forget all the Swedish milkmaids.
Christian's phone rings. He checks. It's Danny. He deflates.
Who's that?
Christian doesn't respond.
That's not her again. Seriously?
Christian lets the call go.
That's ridiculous, dude. She needs a therapist.
She has one.
No, she should call him. That's insane, dude. She's using you.
The phone starts ringing again. Christian checks it. Danny again.
Oh my God.
Christian answers. He rises from the booth to get some privacy.
Hello?
On the other end, an extended, agonized moan.
Danny?
No, 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 no!
Sweetheart, what's going on?
But now there's only a heavy, frightening cry on the other end. It's a deep, horrible cry, one of pure animal grief.
What's happening, baby? Please talk to me.
The cry has turned into a sustained wail of anguish. Interior garage, Minnesota at night. The house from the beginning. The two cars are parked. Their engines hum quietly. A firefighter opens one car's door and turns off the ignition. We now reveal that the end of a gardening hose has been taped to one car's exhaust pipe. A second hose has been taped to the other car's exhaust pipe. Both hoses trail out of the garage and into the house. Through the hallway, one gardening hose leads to a bedroom door. The door is now open, but the end of the hose has been taped to the bottom. In the bedroom, a sleeping man and woman in their 60s from the beginning are in the bed, and it is very clear now that they are dead. Two police officers survey the room. Hard cuts to the man and woman being zipped up into body bags. Interior Terry's bedroom. At the same time, Terry, 24, Danny's sister, sits on the floor of her bedroom beside her desk. The end of the other gardening hose has been duct taped to her mouth. A mess of vomit has dried around the edges of the hastily applied tape. On Terry's desk, her laptop. It is open to the email thread between her and Danny. In the bottom right corner of the screen, 3 new messages from Danny Arder. Exterior street, Brooklyn, New York, night. A dreamy snowfall in Brooklyn. Christian, bundled up in layers, runs down the street. He is approaching Danny's building, but even as he rushes, he's not going as fast as he possibly could. There's an ambivalence in his stride. He enters the front door of Danny's building. Inside Danny's building, we are wide on the living room. We're centered on the couch where Christian sits. Danny has crumbled there, her head shaking violently against Christian's lap as she weeps. Behind them, the window showcases snowfall against the dark night. Danny's sobs are possessed of a profound despair. It is so intense that it looks painful, dangerous even. We are pushing in on this toward them. Christian's eyes are wide with worry, a worry that goes beyond Danny's well-being. He stares into space, imagining a future that he's being chained to. He looks trapped. We continue pushing toward them until we've pushed past them. The window behind them fills our frame. Through the window, heavy snow raging in a black vacuum. We hold onto this as our opening credits roll, accompanied by an intense groaning score. After the credits, we slam cut to daylight. We're still looking out the window, but it's now late afternoon and late spring. Interior Danny's bedroom, late afternoon. 6 months later, Danny lies on her bed, fully clothed. Her eyes are numb as she stares at the wall. A knock on the door. A well-dressed Christian pops his head in. He's grown a beard since we last saw him.
Hey, babers, how we feeling?
Hey, I'm up.
I'm just going to that party for like 45 minutes. You should keep sleeping.
Oh, I'll come with you.
You sure you got enough rest?
I wasn't sleeping anyway.
Christian pauses briefly as if this clashes with his plans.
Okay, great. Well, I was going to leave in like 3 minutes, so I'll just be at the door.
Okay, I'll just get dressed.
Christian nods for a little too long, then smiles and leaves the room. Danny rises, stands for a moment, heavy. Interior apartment evening, a party in a brownstone full of circulating 20-somethings. Danny stands with Christian, who chats with Josh, Mark, holding 2 beers, Pele, and a stone hipster guy who's 26.
I'm fucking dreading the summer. Stuck in Boulder, will my parents watch, Law and Order all day?
Yeah, man. I have to visit my parents in shit-ass Tucson after we all get back.
Danny squints with curiosity. Christian suddenly looks nervous.
Oh, you guys are going somewhere?
Housingland.
Mr. Pele's invited us for an authentic hippie midsummer at his yodeling farm.
Danny has paused. She hasn't heard this before.
Oh, yeah?
Danny turns to Christian, who now looks semi-panicked.
I mean, yeah, we were thinking about maybe, we were talking about it.
For when?
Danny feigns casualness as she looks inquiringly to the guys.
Mid-June to late July?
In 2 weeks.
I mean, if we even go, I probably won't. We were just talking about it.
Mark, Josh, and Pele stand awkwardly, confused. Christian clearly hasn't been honest with Danny. Interior subway, which is moving. At night, Christian and Danny ride the L train back home. Christian stands gripping the rail. Danny sits to his side. Her eyes are busy with nagging, paranoid thoughts. Christian, very tense, looks down at her from the corner of his eye. Danny looks up at Christian uncertainly. Christian forces a casual, hey, smile, and she smiles back. Back in Christian's apartment that night, Christian's apartment is choked with cultural artifacts, pieces acquired in China, South America, Africa, etc. The door opens and Christian and Danny enter. Christian goes to his laptop and turns it on. Danny stays by the door, still preoccupied. Christian looks to her.
Are you okay?
Danny looks at him, hesitant to start a fight. Christian gives her an impatient look, yes or no?
I mean, yeah, I'm okay. That was just very, very weird.
What was?
Danny looks at him with an expression of seriously. Christian widens his eyes. What was weird?
Sweden. I had no idea.
Well, what do you mean? I told you I wanted to go.
Okay, fine, but I didn't know you were going.
Well, I just decided today. I wasn't keeping it from you.
You already have a ticket.
He's beaten. Christian now looks cornered.
I'm sorry.
Christian looks extremely defensive. He is locked down. Danny sees this, gathers herself, and tries to explain.
It's just, imagine if we were at a party and someone asked, what are you doing this summer? And my friends say, oh, we're all going to Alaska for 3 months. And we're leaving
a month and a half.
And imagine that's the first thing you ever heard of it.
Okay, I told you I wanted to go to Sweden.
You told me it would be cool to go.
Yeah, and then I got the opportunity to go and I decided to do it.
I have no problem with you going. I just wish you'd involve me.
Well, I just apologized, Danny.
You didn't apologize. You said sorry, which sounds more like too bad.
There's a beat. Christian's eyes are now very cold.
Maybe I should just go home.
I'm just trying to understand.
And I tried apologizing.
I don't need an apology. I just want to talk about it.
Pause.
I think I should just probably go home.
Danny looks helpless.
I'm not trying to attack you.
Well, it feels like that.
Well, I'm sorry. I got confused.
Christian's eyes looking down haven't begun to thaw. Danny, now desperate to reverse the mood, sits on the couch. She beckons him.
Come, sit with me. I'm sorry. Just felt weird, that's all. I think for you going to Sweden would be really great for you. That sounds amazing. Are you going for your thesis?
I don't know what my thesis is.
I know, it could be inspiring, right?
I think I'm just going to leave.
Danny's eyes start to well intensely with tears.
Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overreact. Please.
Christian softens when he sees that she's crying. Still distant, he sits with her.
Okay, shh. It's okay. I'm sorry too, all right?
I get paranoid. I'm sorry. I'm just going through all this stuff. And I've been dealing with all this stuff and I'm just, overreacted. I'm not trying to put pressure or accuse you of anything. I just got crazy for a second. I didn't mean to project.
Christian strokes her hair.
It's okay. I'm sorry too. It's okay. I was going to ask you to come with me.
There's a pause and Danny looks at him.
What do you mean? To Sweden?
Christian nods a stiff yes.
You don't want me. After I broke down crying.
I'm not hearing Christian. Is that me? Or is that Joel?
No. Oh, there he is.
There.
I think.
Is he
Joel, are you there, honey?
He appears to be frozen.
Joel is frozen.
He was frozen and then he disappeared and then he came back, but now he's frozen again.
This would be a great thing to do when he's frozen later.
Yeah.
There you are! Yay!
Still being a jerk. Okay. I was gonna ask you to come with me.
You don't want me to.
I just asked you.
To Sweden?
Well, you ruined the surprise. Oh, what I just said. Sorry.
After I broke down crying?
You ruined the surprise.
Danny searches Christian's eyes. They aren't especially warm.
I wanted it to be romantic.
Interior Mark and Josh's apartment. Mark and Josh's apartment is essentially a stoner's den crossed with a serious anthropologist's home. Ironic posters, a portrait of Ronald Reagan, etc., are countered by a huge poster of James George Fraser. There are stacks of books in every corner. Christian, Mark, Pele, and Josh sit in the living room smoking from a bong. Josh holds a book on Johannes Burris titled Adel Runa, and Pele is drawing in his notepad.
Are the Swedes sensitive about their history of Nazi collaboration?
Are you sensitive about Hiroshima or slavery? The Trail of Tears?
Yes.
Christian looks extremely preoccupied. His foot pumps involuntarily. He receives a text.
Hey guys, it's Danny. She's coming up.
Okay.
Should we clear all this?
No, it doesn't matter, but listen.
He goes to buzz Danny in.
Just so you guys know, she's not actually going to come, but I invited her on the trip, just to not make it weird.
There's a moment of silence. Pele sits especially frozen.
You invited her?
Yeah, but she's not coming.
She doesn't want to?
No, I invited her and she accepted, but she's not going to actually come.
Mark and Josh just stare at him.
You guys know what she's dealing with.
No, we know. I just didn't realize it's totally fine if she joins.
Yeah, dude, nobody minds.
There's a knock at the door. Christian goes to answer it, but before he does, he reasserts.
Okay, so just, you guys told me to invite her and you know that she's coming. Agreed?
They don't respond. Christian now opens the door to Danny. She enters with an almost apologetic smile on her face.
Hey.
Hi, baby.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going?
Just chilling.
Nice.
There's a brief awkward pause.
So, Sweden.
Yeah.
You're coming, right?
I think so, if it's not completely destroying your guys' mail bonding plans.
No.
Oh,
Not at all.
The fuck up.
Danny smiles bashfully. Mark abruptly addresses Christian.
Hey man, can I get you to look at that paragraph real quick?
Sure. Yeah, okay. Right back.
Christian kisses Danny and leaves the room with Mark. Danny looks to the room. Josh has returned to his book. Pele, alone on the couch, warmly gestures for Danny to join him, and she obliges.
Hey, Pele.
Hi, Danny.
She notices that Pele has been composing a drawing in his notepad. It's a drawing of the room.
Oh, that's a nice drawing.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to be a naturalist.
Pele closes the drawing pad and gives Danny his full attention.
How you been?
Pretty good. Survived finals. You?
Well, didn't quite finish, but they're giving me a break this year.
Oh, right. God, of course.
Danny makes an embarrassed bleh face.
How do you like the anthropology department?
It's good. I just can't seem to choose if I hate academia or not. Unlike this one, you're doing psychiatry?
Psychology. Yeah, that's how you know I'm nuts.
Also that funny look in your eye.
Danny laughs a bit unnaturally. It's an awkward moment.
So, you're coming to House England?
Yeah, I can't wait. Christian says you got a special thing in the woods plan?
Oh yeah, a sort of crazy 9-day festival we're doing.
Do you do that every Midsommar?
Well, not quite like this one.
Oh, what makes this one different?
Well, this one happens only once every 90 years. So it'll be a first and a last for everybody.
Pele raises his eyebrows, mock menacing.
Christian says you're from a really small community?
Oh, yes, tiny, very sort of incestual.
Depends on which one of those you mean.
Oh, no, we're just very secluded.
Pele pulls out a photo from his phone. On his phone, he shows it to Danny. It features a lush, impossibly green field. Young men and women stand about, all dressed like hippies in white.
Oh, wow. Flower children?
Big time. We do our own thing, love our astrology.
What's your sign?
Taurus. You?
Cancer.
Oh, yes, I do see that. Your birthday?
July 7.
Pele makes an ah face, a thoughtful pause before he asserts.
I think it's actually very good you're coming.
Oh, yeah? For who?
For you and for my family. I think you'll be very...
Pele weaves his finger together, signifying a tight-knit connection. Danny smiles, and Pele pauses again. His tone now changes. He leans forward sensitively.
I never had the chance to tell you, but I was really so very sorry to hear about your loss.
Oh.
And what happened, I can't even fathom. I mean, I lost my parents too, so I have some
Danny
idea,
looks
but...
cornered and tears have welled up in her eyes.
Oh, no, sorry to bring it up.
No, I mean, thank you. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Bathroom? Thank you.
She stands up and suddenly rushes off. Pele watches her with blank eyes. Danny, stifling tears, enters the bathroom. Interior airplane lavatory in flight. 2 weeks later, Danny has entered the airplane's lavatory, stifling an oncoming deluge. After shutting the door behind her, she breaks down into a fit of violent sobs. Interior of the airplane in flight minutes later, we're wide, looking down the length of the plane. We track forward, drifting over the heads of the passengers. In the background, Danny exits the lavatory and returns to her seat. Christian is seated beside her at the window. We've arrived at a profile close-up of them, the window in the background. Christian takes Danny's hand and smiles at her. It's clear she's been crying, but she hides it behind a determinedly casual, all is well expression. Christian goes along with pretending and looks out the window. We've begun a slow zoom past them toward the window. The window soon fills the frame, and we are flying over beautiful terrain. We have entered Sweden. Interior Stockholm Airport day. Danny, Christian, Josh, Mark, and Pele stand at a customs desk. A customs officer looks over their passports.
Purpose of your trip?
Visiting my home in Hälsingland.
All of you?
They all say yes. Christian, meanwhile, is desperately searching his backpack for his passport. The customs officer scrutinizes Danny's passport.
Happy birthday tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
Christian, distracted from that, finds his passport. Interior rental minivan, which is moving, day. Our group, now in a rental minivan, drives through Stockholm traffic. Pele is at the wheel. Mark sits passenger holding a film theory book. In the back, Danny, Christian, and Josh. Josh is reading the Poetic Edda. They pass a group of beautiful blonde women.
God, dude, the women here.
Christian, aware of Danny, gives a self-conscious half nod. Danny happily pretends to ignore this.
What is it that makes them hotter?
The Vikings grabbed all the best ones and dragged them over.
Makes a pretty good case for rape from a nationalist point of view. Yikes.
Danny winces at that one. They've now pulled onto the freeway, leaving Stockholm.
How far are we driving?
4 hours about.
Oh my God.
Danny notices a book on Josh's lap, The Secret Nazi Language of the Uthark. Its cover is a runic pattern.
Why are you reading that?
Ask Pele.
We're taught the runic alphabet in my village. Josh just carries that around to annoy me.
What are you doing your thesis on again?
Well, my focus is actually on European Midsommar traditions, which was actually sort of behind this whole trip.
That's similar to what you're thinking of doing, right, baby, for your thesis?
Well, I don't know quite what I'm doing, but I'm thinking about rooting it in something Scandinavian.
See that, Pele? You've managed to brainwash all your friends.
Josh was already brainwashed when I found him.
Thank you.
We go on to 2 hours later. Pele is still driving. Everyone is silent and zoning out as the radio plays an old Swedish folk tune. Mark suddenly notices a dead boar on the side of the road.
It's the second one of those I've seen.
Yeah, they're a huge problem out here. Everybody hunts them.
You ever gone boar hunting?
Yep.
Is it fun?
It's cathartic and then it's sad.
There's a beat. They drive past another dead boar, also in a field.
They're allowed to just leave them?
Mark alights on something ahead.
The fuck?
Everyone looks up. In the distance, about 300 feet off the road, is an oak tree with several boar carcasses hanging from its branches.
What is that?
Oh my God.
Wait, slow down. Can you pull over to it?
Why?
Please, Pele.
Pele reluctantly slows down. He veers off the road and idles to a stop beside the tree, and Josh marvels at it. Exterior road continuous. The back door opens and Josh emerges from the car. Everyone else filters out behind him. Josh approaches the tree, stunned. A cacophony of buzzing flies.
Do you know what this is?
No idea.
Josh has pulled out his cell phone. He starts to take photographs of the tree from every possible angle.
This is horrible.
This is how you people hunt out here?
It looks almost ritualistic.
It looks absolutely ritualistic. Oh, this is fucking amazing.
Josh takes more photos. Danny looks extremely disturbed. She swipes away flies. Christian pulls out his phone to take a single wide shot of the tree.
Okay, let's go. We still have a lot of driving.
Fantastic, thank you.
Everyone returns to the car, except for Josh, who continues his ecstatic photo taking. Back in the minivan, Pele is still driving. Christian sleeps in the back. Everyone looks notably more tired. It's been a long drive. They pass a sign announcing in Swedish that they have arrived in Hälsingland.
Entering Hälsingland.
Everyone looks up.
Are we getting high right when we get there?
10 minutes later, Pele idles up to a large grassy meadow. It's lush, impossibly green, magical. About 50 young people in their teens to 20s lounge about. Tents and camping equipment abound. Many of the women are dressed in traditional white dresses and don floral garland crowns. Some of the men look like 19th century farmers.
Look, guys, new friends.
Pele parks the minivan in the field. Exterior meadow continuous. They all emerge, yawning and stretching. Danny is mesmerized. Pele waves to a bunch of people on the grass. They clearly know each other well. Pele gestures for the other group to follow him as he approaches a crowd of girls.
Pele!
Hey.
We wide cut as Pele happily introduces everyone. Then across the field, a chubby blonde guy, about 25, calls out to Pele. This is Ingmar.
Holy shit! Pele!
Pele turns to Ingmar. His face lights up and he runs over to him. Danny, Christian, Mark, and Josh follow.
Happy St. John's!
He is speaking Swedish. Pele laughs. They hug.
Christ, you're so skinny. Where'd the rest of you go?
Looks like you got it.
What the fuck? I look fatter. I'm so happy to know that's what that was, by the way.
Pele speaks now in English.
Here, English. These are my great friends, Josh, Christian, Mark, Danny. Meet my brother Ingmar. Best friends since we were babies.
Josh, Christian, Mark, Danny? Awesome! And say hello to my friends, Simon and Connie from London.
He gestures to an attractive British couple, Connie 24, skinny, Simon 26, spectacled and tattooed.
Simon and Connie, this is Pele, and all the names I just remembered 2 seconds ago. Say hello.
Hello.
Perfect timing, by the way.
Ingmar pulls out a bag of magic mushrooms, hands them to Pele.
We just took these 5 minutes ago. Haven't even started coming up yet.
Oh, shit.
Mark grabs the bag from Pele and studies the contents.
Do you guys want to take it now, or should we settle in first?
Fuck it, let's just take them.
I think I might need to find my footing first.
Yeah, of course. And you know you don't need to take them if you're feeling unsure.
No, I just need to get settled.
Okay, well, I'll wait for you.
No, go ahead.
No, I'll wait. We'll come up together.
Josh, Mark, and Pele have pulled their mushrooms from the bag. They looked Christian, ready to go.
Ready?
I'm waiting for Danny. You guys go on.
Dude, we can't come up at different times. They'll be totally separate trips.
Then you can wait for us.
Mark looks frustrated, angry even.
You know what? That's okay. I'm ready.
Baby, don't feel rushed.
I don't. I'm ready.
You sure?
Yeah, Mark. Thanks.
You know, they made mushroom tea if you prefer, against the taste.
Oh yeah, I'll have that. Thank you, Ingmar.
Mm-hmm.
Ingmar smiles confirmation and goes to fetch her a mug of mushroom tea.
Don't let Mark pressure you, of all people.
He's not. It'll just get too complicated otherwise. It's fine.
Ingmar hands Danny her tea.
Ready?
Holding her tea, Danny nods yes.
Okay, here we go. Think happy thoughts.
They eat their shrooms. Danny hesitates before sipping the tea.
You okay?
Yeah, it's good. I'm excited.
Cool. Me too.
Minutes later, Danny sits on the grass with Christian and Pele. Mark is off to the side, stabbing at an ant colony with a stick. Josh paces nearby. His stomach turns audibly.
Oh, I really don't feel good.
He punches the wretch.
Don't puke, dude. Keep it down.
How are you feeling?
A little like I had food poisoning.
Technically, you do. It'll go away soon.
And you can throw it up if you need to.
Jump cut to Danny vomiting into a bush. Christian stands near her.
That's good, baby. It's okay. Throw it up.
Danny rises to take a breath.
Does that feel better?
Don't worry. You had it down long enough. You're still going to trip.
Minutes later, the group sits on the grass together. The sun is still shining.
What time is it?
10 at night?
Mark sits up alarmed.
It doesn't feel like 10. Wait, shit. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
That doesn't feel right.
Why? It's the midnight sun.
It doesn't feel like 10. I don't like that. It feels wrong.
A young man approaches.
Oh, fuck. It's a new person.
What? I don't want new people.
No, new people are good.
The young man walks past.
Hey.
The group mumbles, hello.
I want to lay down.
Mark lays down.
Oh my God. Lay down. Guys, it's so nice.
Everyone lays down except for Josh. For the rest of the scene, our focus is on Danny, even as everyone else speaks.
Lie down, Josh.
Josh doesn't. He's stubborn.
Can you feel the energy come up from the earth?
Yeah, like a A pulsing. Oh my God, the trees, they are. And the grass.
Yes, the trees, it's like they're breathing.
Trees do seem to be breathing, visibly swelling and deflating with psychedelic life. They loom imposingly over Danny. They groan in the wind, their branches leaning, almost reaching down. Pele, marveling at his surroundings, sits up.
Nature just knows instinctually how to stay in harmony. It's mechanical, everything doing its part.
You guys are my family.
The word family is Danny.
I really mean that. You're like my real, actual family.
Danny sits up, suddenly overwhelmed. Christian looks to her. She looks to him. He smiles, but there's something false about it. Danny looks scared now. This scares Christian.
Danny, don't look like that.
Danny stands, panic mounting. Her eyes look crazed.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna walk.
I can walk too.
No, sorry. I'm gonna.
Danny starts to walk off, a terrible feeling rising in her.
Is she mad at us?
I don't like how she did that.
Danny continues to walk. She's starting to think very bad thoughts.
No, that's not good. No.
She then stumbles onto a group of teenagers, all wearing flower garlands. They sit in a circle, passing around a homemade potion of some sort. They all look at Danny, then burst out laughing. Danny turns stiffly around, tears welling.
No.
Danny tensely speed walks away. Her surroundings are throbbing visibly and more intensely than before. Ingmar calls out to Danny.
Hey, Danny!
Danny freezes. Terrified, she looks in his direction. He waves her over. He's sitting with a group of happy 20-somethings. Danny warily approaches.
How are you feeling? Everyone! This is Pele's friend, Danny.
Everyone says hi.
They were laughing at me over there.
What? No. I'm sure they weren't. They probably just wanted you to laugh with them.
But Ingmar's face was mutating as he said that.
Okay, sorry, never mind. Thank you.
Danny turns around and walks stiffly off.
It's okay. It's not that. You're okay. It's okay. It's the drugs.
She continues toward a sturdy wooden outhouse. She hastily enters. Interior outhouse. The interior of the outhouse is illuminated by candlelight. It's very clean. Danny stands here for a moment.
This is a coffin. It's not.
Danny sees a mirror on the wall. She looks at it hard.
Fuck you, stop it.
Suddenly her skin seems to take on a translucent quality. Her veins become faintly visible. Beneath her cheeks, it looks like organic gears are turning. Danny squeezes her eyes shut. She takes a moment trying to will that vision away.
Don't look in the mirror. It's not your face. It's not your face.
After a long moment, Danny opens her eyes again. When they open, 10 additional eyes open simultaneously all over her face like spider eyes. Danny screams and flees the outhouse. Danny runs frantically across the field, desperately wiping off her face as if to wipe off the extra eyes. We chase after her before cutting to Christian, Josh, Mark, and Pele, still lying in the same spot. They've hit the peak of their trip. Twilight is coming. In the background, a group has finished setting up large speakers.
Where did she go?
It's okay.
Why the fuck do we have fingerprints?
Christian stands, panic starting to build.
Danny's gone. We need to find Danny.
I don't feel like standing.
Yeah, I don't want to move.
Hey, Danny's our friend.
She isn't all of our friend.
What? Yes, she is. That's not nice. Why aren't you ever nice? You're being mean.
What? I am nice. I'm not being mean.
Droning techno begins to throb from the speakers in the background. With every bass punch, the surrounding environment thumps visibly.
Danny's our friend, and she's sad.
That makes me sad. And she's not our friend. She's barely your friend. You only invited her because you're too scared to be honest with her.
Damn. Pauses, furious, and then...
Her family is dead, Mark. Do you get that? They all died.
Why are you saying that?
Because they are. They're dead.
Why?
Hey, no. We need to connect back to the good things. This is getting bad. Everything is alive right now.
But that's just so they can die later.
Oh, God.
Pele.
Sorry, I'm having trouble turning the mute off. But then it gets reborn. Death is just shit fertilizing crops. Everything gets recycled and made new again.
There's a silence. Everyone looks at Pele, catching up to what he just said. Christian stomps off.
Wait! Christian, we need to stay together!
Exterior woods, same time. Danny paces in the woods. Muffled techno drones in the distance.
Hello? Hello? It's almost your birthday. Fuck. What time is it? You're almost born. You're a baby.
This gets to Danny. She looks around the woods, fearfully, like a lost child.
Mommy? Daddy? Mommy, Daddy? Mommy, Daddy? Christian?
There's no answer.
No. You're alone.
Then it hits Danny. Her eyes well intensely with tears. This idea is now horribly significant.
You're alone.
Danny sees a dead rabbit, its innards splayed. Danny warily approaches, magnetized but repulsed. As she nears, the fear rises in her. She gets close enough to finally see the rabbit is being devoured by ants. Danny looks mortified, but her eyes are glued. She leans in to look closer, but then she sees ants on her arm. Whether they're there or not is unclear. Danny screams. She violently slaps at her arm, then she swipes at her other arm and then starts slapping at her neck and face as if she were engulfed in ants. She is not. Danny looks down. The earth now seems to be a pulsating carpet of ants. Danny screams and runs for her life. As she sprints,
Danny
freezes, eyes crazed.
Christian?
Danny searches desperately for his voice. She finds him, standing at a clearing. She runs for him, crying.
Where the hell did you go?
They embrace. She hugs him, squeezes him.
I got lost.
Let's go back to the group.
Christian, nothing means anything.
What?
Nothing means anything. We're just alone. And I felt this presence like God is, but not God. And it was telling me that and it was laughing at me.
You heard laughing?
I felt it laughing. I figured it out, that nothing means anything. And we're born alone and we die alone. And it was getting pleasure from that.
Christian is getting scared. He takes Danny's arm.
Okay, no, we're going back to the friends.
He starts leading her away.
You're having a bad trip and you're thinking you're alone because you went off and you made yourself alone. You just got scared.
He's now pulling Danny aggressively.
You have me. Everything's connected. We're all one. Those are the good things you're supposed to think about when you trip. We're all unified. Fuck.
He's not even looking at her. Christian has been leading her out of the woods. They emerge onto a field where the droning techno is now very present and making the visible surroundings throb to its beat. We track alongside Danny and Christian as they walk uneasily through the grass, past groups of happy, tripping strangers. Christian's eyes are glued tensely to the ground, combating dark thoughts. Danny looks less frightened now than disconnected. They arrive at Josh, Mark, and Pele, who are now accompanied by Connie, Simon, Ingmar, and a blonde Swedish guy in his 20s.
Hey!
Where were you?
How are you, Danny?
We're fine. She's fine. Just took a little walk.
Are you feeling it?
I want to sleep. How can I sleep?
Hours later, close-up of Danny's sleeping face. In the distance, a faint, barely discernible melody. It sounds like a flute. A hand reaches into frame to nudge Danny. She stirs awake.
It's time to get up.
How long was I asleep?
Danny sits up. It's still bright outside. The visual surroundings are no longer morphing. Mark and Pele and Josh are standing. Christian is crouched beside her.
Did it get dark at all?
For a couple hours, not completely.
Then something occurs to Danny.
Is it tomorrow?
It's today.
Danny looks at Christian, whose expression is blank. She sinks with quiet disappointment. He forgot her birthday. Christian helps Danny up. She wobbles.
Where are we going?
Where we came for.
Exterior woods, day. Everyone from the meadow crunches through the woods. Our group is at the end of the queue, carrying their bags. As they walk, the melody is growing clearer and louder. It's a happy tune. The group's footing is unsteady. Danny, especially, keeps stumbling over her own feet. She grips Christian's wrist.
The come down on these mushrooms is really intense.
Danny notices a few disparate flowers sprouting up from the ground. As she walks, the flowers continue to accumulate. Soon, she's walking down a controlled, narrow trail of wild yellow flowers, all leading toward a clearing.
Okay, am I still tripping, or is there a lot that people aren't acknowledging right now?
The group finally arrives at the clearing. It opens to another field, beyond which is a small village. The melody is being played by a flautist, a fiddler, and a key harpist. The scene is utopic.
This is the place?
The tranquil and majestic Haga.
They continue toward it, approaching a housing guard, which is a farm. About 100 people stand on the grass waiting. They are dressed like Amish people, but less formally. They appear to be a welcoming committee.
You know all these people?
These are my family.
Exit Larga farmstead, continuous. They arrive at the farmstead. At the center is one particularly large building in the shape of a barn. This is the main house. Surrounding this are several houses, a horse stable, a temple, and different gardens. The window and doorways are all adorned in St. John's wort, which is flowers with bright yellow petals and golden stamens. Beyond the farmstead are vast fields of crops. Most of the arriving crowd is embraced ecstatically by the welcoming committee. They hug and kiss and squeal with excitement. It appears to be something of a reunion. Pele in particular is bombarded with affection. Josh, Mark, Christian, and Danny stand awkwardly through this. Josh and Christian notice a towering maypole, immense in height and width. It's entangled in lush green shrubbery and marked by a wreath of symbols, some runic, some more esoteric, all colorful. At the top of the pole is a triangle, beneath which hangs 2 rings. Pele brings a beautiful blonde woman over to the group. This is Dagny, 25. She wears a white dress with intricate embroidery featuring a pentagon and distinct pagan runes.
Dagny, this is Danny, Christian, Josh, and Mark. This is my sister, Dagny, born on the exact same week as me.
Welcome in the Larga.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Danny attempts Swedish. She smiles and walks off. An older man, odd in his 50s, approaches. He is wearing a dress. Pele lights up at the sight of him.
Father Odd.
Little Pele.
They embrace. There's a moment where they rest their foreheads together. Note that throughout the film, the Hargis will communicate little things through subtly modulated expressions and gestures. These are their affects, a language known only to them.
How was the pilgrimage?
Wonderful, amazing. These are my friends, Christian, Mark, Josh, Danny.
Odd shakes their hands as Pele introduces them.
Hello, hello. Yes, hello, welcome. Welcome home.
He says this last bit to Danny and he hugs her.
Thank you.
We're very happy to have you. Pele has an immaculate sense for people.
Pele smiles.
I love what you're wearing.
Oh, my frock? Quite girly, no? Ha! We do this as a tribute because of nature's hermaphroditic qualities. The men do like women and vice versa?
Like the cult of Aphroditus. I think the Sakis saints do the same thing, too, in Brajbhumi?
If Odd is annoyed by this, he hides it well. He shines a tight-lipped smile at Josh.
So, we're your hosts, yes? So whatever you need, you tell us and we'll do everything to accommodate. Today is all festivities, yet tomorrow the official ceremonies begin, so have yourselves ready. It's a sincere pleasure to have you, and you are welcome, welcome, welcome. So enjoy.
They all say thanks, and Odd walks happily away.
Nice guy.
The music suddenly gets louder. Percussion is introduced, and the music swells to become a regal melody. Everyone's attention moves to 10 girls of different ages, between 7 and 13, all dressed in identical white dresses. They hold floral garland crowns made of mugwort and vervain and sprigs of larkspur. They're walking single file toward a platform. Sitting on the platform are 10 old men and women in their 60s to 70s. These are the elders. They wear severe or neutral expressions. They are dressed in finely embroidered linen. The girls march onto the platform. They each stop before one of the seated elders. Upon a cue, they simultaneously lay the crowns onto the elders' heads. They then hand the elders the larkspur sprigs. After this, the girls return bashfully to the crowd. One of the elders, a sturdy old woman, 70, rises to address the crowd. The music drops out. She is beautiful, composed, elegant. This is Siv, the matriarch.
Happy Midsummer, all.
As she speaks in Swedish, several children, all wearing outfits to distinguish them as waiters, pass out shot glasses of aquavit.
Ni är så oerhört välkommen hit. Till oss! Vi vill att ni är med och firar midsommar med oss. Ni får både mat och fira en del av det som är den största feten här hos i Haurga. Faktiskt den största på nästan 100 år.
She notices that there are non-Swedish speakers.
Forgive me, I'm excluding the ones who aren't of Swedish tongue, including myself. Welcome to Haurga and happy Midsummer. I believe this is the hottest and brightest that we've had in at least a decade, and this is our biggest party in almost a century. So, wow, yeah?
Wow.
Steve smiles and proceeds to wrap it up.
All right, my fellow merrymakers. Without any further blathering, let's raise our glasses.
Everyone raises their aquavit.
And let our 9-day feast begin. Skål!
The crowd drinks, everyone cheers, including our group. The music begins again. On one side of the platform, a young girl, also wearing an embroidered white dress, walks up with a juniper bough in each hand. She is accompanied by a teenage boy who holds 2 flaming torches. Meanwhile, 2 of the elderly men, 72, have risen from their seats. Siv now speaks in English, presumably for our group's benefit. As she does this, the young girl and teen boy hand the elderly men a juniper bough and a flaming stick.
And now, in keeping with tradition, Hjalmar and Josef will make 3 trips. If they make it back with the flame intact, our vintage will be abundant this year. On the other hand, if it burns out, that will be an omen of bad luck, and we will know to prepare.
Josh turns to Pele.
What does bad luck mean?
Usually the cattle will get sick.
Siv yells something in Swedish to the air.
It's bad, bork, bork, bork.
What did she just say? Something,
Chef. Lingering spirits to go back to the dead.
The 2 elderly men, now blindfolded, begin to run around the main house, holding up their flaming sticks. Everyone watches, rapt. They pick up their pace to finish the first cycle around the house. Then they begin circling it again.
I've sworn it was a chicken Kiev recipe. Can I take photos?
Discreetly.
The men finish their second cycle around the house and immediately begin a third. The community seems to be holding its collective breath. The men finish the third run around, but one man's flame has been extinguished. A man in the audience, Isaac in his 50s, lets out a gasp when he sees this. Everyone else sinks audibly with disappointment. The men, having finished, remove their blindfold. The elder with the extinguished torch deflates. Siv gestures sadly to the crowd in a there we have it sort of way. Isaac looks absolutely devastated. Christian notices.
Is he okay?
The cattle are his responsibility.
Isaac's eyes stare off unblinking, heartbroken. He looks to the cattle house, his eyes filling with tears.
How do you think he'd react if I just put my finger in his butt right now?
Continuing the ritual, Siv takes the torches from the men and walks to a healthy fire in a pit. She deposits the sticks into the fire.
This high my fire, but no higher, no hotter.
This high my fire, but no higher or hotter. It's to keep the flame from growing out of control.
Josh writes this down in his notebook. Christian watches Josh, slightly perturbed. Siv now accepts a bowl of beer from one of the children. She drinks a healthy gulp, then throws the rest into the fire. Everyone now applauds. This seems to be the end of the ritual. A group of teenagers, all dressed in bright formal garb, emerge from a kitchen. They carry plates of food, lamb and blood pudding and beer. They begin by serving the elders. Danny sees that one of the teens is carrying an ornate platter featuring a lamb's skull, brain exposed, and a lamb's heart. The platter is bordered by a dense spiral of intestines. This is laid on the center of the table that has been painstakingly decorated with local flowers.
That's a tradition. They just killed that lamb today.
The servers now move to our group, which is settled onto the grass. They are handed plates and beer.
Can we help at all?
No, you're the guests. Let yourself be spoiled.
One boy, Reuben, walks up to Danny. He is severely mentally handicapped and his hands are palsied. He is dressed in gorgeous linen. And Reuben says,
Hey, hey. Hey.
Hello.
Reuben walks off. As he ambles aimlessly, people reach out to lovingly touch him, as if in reverence.
You just met Reuben.
Reuben is lovely.
The teens finish serving. They now sit with plates of their own. Mark has already started eating. Josh nudges him. Nobody else has begun. Mark bashfully sets down his fork. There is silence. Siv, the matriarch, looks to a plump elder in his 60s sitting beside her. He stands, takes a moment, and then loudly speaks in Swedish as if in prayer.
He's giving thanks.
For the food?
Yes, and the weather and the crops.
The plump man finishes his speech and then announces, with his mute button off.
I know I'm elder, but am I plump man as well?
I hold on, let me look. I may have neglected to. I suppose that you could be the plump man as well, because I think I neglected to.
Okay.
That.
I was like, is that me? I don't think it's me.
Thank you. Sorry.
Well, no, it's okay.
Sorry.
Lat oss ata.
Thank you.
Everyone digs in.
Who was he praying to?
Well, that wasn't really praying, but he was just addressing everything, the harmony and the balance.
Can you translate what was said?
I can get an exact translation later.
Yeah, please, that would be amazing.
Yes, Pelly, thank you.
Josh's eyes burn on Christian. Christian looks at Josh, and it's a charged moment. They start eating. Interior bathroom night. A beautiful curly-haired blonde girl stands before a mirror, anxiously fussing with her hair. She clearly needs it to look perfect. This is Maja. Exterior Harga farmstead. Minutes later, Maja emerges from the main house. All the younger Hargans have joined hands to form a train of people. They run and dance in a wide circle, singing a variation of Visa I Midsommar Tid. The maypole stands at the center of their circle. Maja timidly watches.
I think it's Maya.
Maya.
Is it Maya?
Yeah, it's Maya.
Maya timidly watches the dance, smiling. Her eyes trail off to find our group. She alights on Christian, instantly smitten. It almost looks like she recognizes him. One of the dancing boys suddenly grabs Maya's hand. He pulls her into the train. She laughs as she joins. Meanwhile, our group is still sitting in the same place, along with Connie and Ingmar. They watch the passing dancers with fascination.
You guys should join.
I'm too scared.
Simon approaches carrying 2 beers. He momentarily gets caught in the crossfire of a group of young boys chasing each other, but finally reaches Connie and hands her a beer.
All right.
Simon sits.
So, what do they play?
Sorry, it went to the wrong page. I was like, that's not what I'm seeing. Oh.
What are they playing?
Skin the Fool.
Ah, precious.
Danny notices Ingmar staring at Simon and Connie. He looks resentful. He finally averts his eyes and forces a smile. Maya, in the dancing train, is about to pass the group. She summons the nerve to gently kick Christian's back. Christian looks up to see Maya passing by. She smiles bashfully at him. He confusedly smiles back. Danny notices Christian smiling, but doesn't see Maya, who's already turned away. Christian rises, suddenly feeling bold.
How can I join the...
You're American, just jam yourself in there.
Christian uneasily jumps in. He joins hands with two girls. Josh rises to follow Christian. Danny's eyes follow them. Pele takes this opportunity to turn covertly to Danny.
Hey, very quick.
He hands her a folded up drawing.
Happy birthday.
Danny, surprised, opens the paper. It's a drawing of her face, donned with an extremely lush floral crown. The style is simple, but her likeness is captured beautifully.
Oh my God, Pele.
It's just something I do for birthdays. Maybe it's not appropriate?
Oh my God, not at all. It's wonderful. Thank you, Pele. I'm so touched.
Anyway, just between us.
Well, don't worry. Christian forgot.
Pele pauses, surprised. He doesn't know what to say.
Oh, I forgot to remind him. It doesn't matter. Thank you so much for this, Pele. It's beautiful.
She folds the drawing back up. Exterior Harga Field. Minutes later, the dance is over, though separate groups are still dancing and playing in the background. Pele is now leading our group on a tour. Ingmar, Connie, and Simon have joined along. We track alongside.
How do you guys support this place?
Lumbering, wheat, vegetables.
Water power plant.
We pass a circle of children accompanied by a teacher in their 60s. They are carving runic symbols into smooth, well-sanded stones.
School time over here.
Carving
the teacher
runes?
looks up and smiles confirmation.
Then they put it under their pillow to dream about its meaning.
Danny makes an ooh face. Josh makes a note of this. Christian sees that they're now passing an old runestone on the other side. It stands erect in an untended field.
Oh man, there's a serious one. Which alphabet is that from?
Sorry. Oh shit. Looks like the Elder Futhark.
Okay.
Right? Or is that medieval?
That's actually the younger Futhark.
Josh nods. Oh, right. Visibly paying attention.
So, how long have you two been together?
Geez. Almost 3 years now?
Well, 2.5.
You're joking. It'll be 3 in 15 days.
He thinks about that and grudgingly concedes.
Okay, no, that is true. It is. You're absolutely right.
He makes a sorry face, kisses her incredulous cheek, and changes the subject by asking Simon, Connie, and Ingmar.
How did you guys all meet?
They all look at each other. Who answers?
Well, we were all working on the same farm. And funny enough, I was dating Connie when Simon and me first became pals.
Simon's eyes narrow.
Well, we'd been on a date, which I wasn't even actually aware that it was a date.
Oh, right. No. I meant that Connie and me had just become friends. We decided to be friends, and that was just before Connie and Simon started dating, and now they're engaged.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Which is amazing. Yes. Congratulations.
Simon and Connie look uncomfortable. They smile. Thank you.
We've actually asked Ingmar to officiate the wedding.
You did?
No.
Everybody laughs, including Ingmar.
And now, behold.
They've all arrived at a small tree.
My tree.
You're muted, Christian.
I muted because my script froze. But I think it was something like, why your tree?
Yes.
Verbatim.
When someone's born, we plant a tree for that person, and they grow up together. This one's mine.
That's so beautiful.
Josh,
sorry, I can't tell if someone's knocking on my door or if what's going on. Anyway, is there a specific name for that practice?
Christian points out a small house which stands isolated in a large field. It has been painted a vivid yellow. And he asks, what about that house?
What about that house?
Ah, that's like a sacred temple. No one's allowed in there.
It looks like it was just built.
Right. It looks like it was just built tonight or recently.
Changing the subject, Pele motions toward the main house.
This is where we sleep.
He leads them toward it. Meanwhile, Ingmar leads Simon and Connie in another direction.
Here, come and see my tree.
On our way to the main house, they pass a caged bear.
So we're just gonna ignore the bear then?
That's a bear.
Interior main house. Minutes later, Josh leads our group through the two-storied interior of a huge barn-shaped house. There's a large square hole in the floor of the second story, so both stories are visible to each other. On both floors, the walls are lined with beds. The center of the bottom story is bare, like a dance floor. A map to the cosmos has been painted on the floor, featuring sacred lines connecting notable stars. Pele points out 4 small beds.
These'll be yours.
Mark throws his bag onto one of them. The group marvels at the walls, which are covered in intricate murals. Runic letters abound. The ceiling is especially impressive. It's painted to tell an epic story in hundreds of sequenced panels. Makes much more sense. In the center of the ceiling is a painting of the sun. All stories lead to this, or do they come from this? And Christian asks,
who all sleeps in here?
Who all sleeps in here?
And I'm going to get the numbers right. All the younger ones until we turn 36. Then we move to the houses.
Why 36?
Josh has pulled out his moleskin notepad, I was doing math in my head, ready to write down Pele's answer. Christian, almost in response, pulls out his phone, ready to type. Pele pauses at this. He then explains, gesturing to a mural that dramatizes the following.
We think of life like the seasons. You're a child until you're 18, and that is the spring. At some point, we all do our pilgrimage, and that's between 18 and 36. That's summer. Then from 36 to 54, you're of working age, fall. And finally, from 54 to 72, you become a mentor.
Winter.
Josh and Christian have written all this down, their eyes intermittently piercing each other.
What happens when you turn 72 then?
Pele makes a comical throat slash gesture. Danny laughs and begins to walk off.
Not a lot of privacy. What do you do when you want to jerk off?
Now that Danny's away, Pele crosses quietly to Christian. He covertly ushers him aside. Danny has found a wall of 12 framed photographs. They all feature different young women dressed in ceremonial garb. In each photo, the woman is richly adorned in summer flowers and wears an impressive floral crown. These photos have been taken annually for the last dozen years. Danny looks over to notice Pele whispering to Christian, who now looks extremely guilty. She interrupts by bluntly asking,
who are these of?
Oh, those are our May Queens. You'll actually be here for that.
Who are the May Queens?
Every midsummer, we do the dance of the Hargus. All the younger women compete, and the winner gets crowned.
Outside, we hear Odd speaking in Spanish. Sorry, in Swedish. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm back up. What page are we on?
We are on page 44.
Thank you. I don't want to miss an odd moment.
Ain't no
Okay. Oh, it's not actually. Moving 20 minutes. Field 5.
Exterior farmstead, same time. Several Hargans set up chairs on the grass. A 16mm film projector is wheeled in to face a large projector screen. Danny stands on the grass under a now overcast sky, an ominous rumbling in the distance. She closes her eyes, breathes deeply, and practices mindfulness. He is suddenly distracted by a baby's crying. Danny looks off to see in the distance several Hargans have gathered around an oak tree. The village doctor, 50, is crouched, cradling a crying baby. He directs a doting woman, 50s, to pour some fresh dew from a vial into the baby's mouth. Danny appeals to a nearby Hargan man in his 30s.
Excuse me, can I ask if you know what's happening over there?
Poor little Enar has the where the bones are bought.
Oh no, rickets?
The man shrugs. Sorry, I don't know the word. The doctor is now passing the baby through a wide cleft in the tree. The baby is received on the other side by the doting women.
Do you know what they're doing?
It's an old cure. 3 times through the yolk.
The women hand the baby to the doctor again, and he passes the child back through the cleft. Again, the woman hands the child to the doctor, and the baby is passed through one last time.
And now the health of the baby and the tree are together.
And together, he illustratively hooks 2 fingers.
Like a sympathetic connection?
The man shrugs, confused. They smile at each other, and the man walks off. Danny continues watching the ceremony until Christian appears behind her, holding a soccer caca, a sponge cake. A lit candle protrudes from it. He approaches carefully.
Happy birthday to you.
Danny turns mortified.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Danny. I love you. Happy birthday to you.
She doesn't blow out the candle.
You thought I forgot, didn't you?
She just glares at him.
You're not surprised?
Danny doesn't soften. He finally relents with a guilty smile.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I thought it was tomorrow because of the sun. It's impossible to tell.
He kisses her. She doesn't kiss back. He keeps kissing.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm sorry.
I'm not upset. I know I
You
should.
should be.
He kisses her again tenderly. She grudgingly kisses him back.
Happy birthday, Mouse.
She forces a tight smile and blows out the candle. Meanwhile, women fill the baby's tree cleft with mud and clay. They pack it tight. Then the men tie a rope around the tree. They draw it as tightly as possible. Interior farmstead later, everyone is gathered to either sit in chairs or on the grass. They all now face the projector screen. Danny, Christian, Mark, Josh, and Pele sit cross-legged in the front. The plump elder stands before the screen to announce,
"And now for tradition and for fun, a work of antique escapism, and an annual mood setter made by one of our own lost Hargans."
The plump elder joins the audience and the projector starts to rattle. Before the film starts, Christian whispers to Danny,
"Happy birthday."
On the projector screen, a silent color film begins. It's weathered and grainy. The film seems to have been made in the late 60s or early 70s, shot on a Bolex camera. The title appears in Swedish, A Midsummer Romance. The film opens on a beautiful blonde girl, 15, walking through a field with her friends. They pause to admire a gang of boys. The girl fixes on one blonde boy. It's love at first sight. The group of girls walks over to the boys and they talk. Intertitle in Swedish says, "Hello, lads. Happy midsummer to you." "Why, thank you, girls, and happy midsummer to you." One of the girls looks mischievously to her friends and then puts an idea to the boys. And an intertitle in Swedish says, "Why don't you lads come over to our house for lunch tomorrow? We will prepare a feast and you can be our special guests." The boys look at each other and nod. They agree. The next scene depicts the girls gathering flowers from a lush meadow. They pick these flowers with their left hand as they walk backward. We cycle through 9 close-ups of different flowers being picked. In Swedish, the intertitles say 9 flowers picked. Don't forget the orpine, and 9 fences jumped. The girls jump over a series of small fences. This is done 9 times. The next scene reveals a blonde girl in her bedroom. She puts the 9 flowers under her pillow, then lies down in bed, closes her eyes to sleep. An intertitle in Swedish says, "With the 9 flowers under her pillow, she will now dream of boys she is to marry." The blonde girl has fallen asleep, and a cloudy dream bubble appears beside her head. Inside the bubble, we are given a scene in which the blonde girl is marrying the blonde boy. He lifts her bride's veil to kiss her. The next morning, the girl wakes up. She wears a wicked smile. Later that day, the girls are gathered in the kitchen. They are cooking. Boys all arrive in the living room. Our blonde girl says hello to the boy of her dreams. And then intertitle in Swedish says, "Hello, can we bring you some coffee while you wait for your pancake?" The boy nods excitedly and the girl goes off to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the girl takes a cup of coffee and sets it on the floor. She then crouches over the coffee. An intertitle in Swedish says, 3 droplets of menstrual blood for the spell to take effect. 3 drops of blood drip from between the girl's legs. They land in the coffee. In the audience, Danny and Mark wince at this. Christian and Josh, along with the surrounding Hargans, are delighted. On the projector screen, the girl brings the coffee to the boy. She smiles mischievously as he takes a sip. In the kitchen, the girl now props her leg up on a chair. She takes a pair of scissors and snips between her legs. She pulls a few strands of pubic hair from her groin. The girl chops up the pubic hair into fine pieces. She then sprinkles them into a bowl of pancake batter. The batter is then poured onto a burning skillet. An intertitle in Swedish says, "Hair from the vulva will complete the spell." The girl hands the boy his pancake. He eats the pancake, then looks up at the girl. Spirals appear in his eyes. Spellbound, he moves toward her like a love-stricken zombie. An intertitle in Swedish says, "Voila, the spell was a success." The boy and girl kiss in close-up. We pull out from the close-up to reveal the girl is now pregnant with a grossly distended belly. They are surrounded by a huge and adoring crowd, all wearing identical clothing. Fade to white. The end. The audience applaud quietly. Maya, however, looks entranced. Mark and Danny wear inscrutable grins, slightly charmed, mostly disturbed. Josh and Christian are buzzing. Interior main house night. The windows have been boarded up for the night. Sunlight peeks from the edges. People are climbing into their beds. There are 2 baby cribs in the corner stationed near the beds of women in their 20s. Both bed frames are made of severe-looking iron and metal. Danny, noticing this, turns to Pele.
Pretty serious-looking cribs.
For the iron, it keeps away the invisibles, so the babies don't get changed.
Pele smiles sardonically, knowing how this sounds.
How real is that stuff for you guys?
Who knows?
Danny smiles. She looks over to Christian, whose eyes are glued tensely to Josh's notepad as he scrawls, "Iron, babies changed, invisible." Christian looks threatened. Pele's already climbed into bed.
All right, beauty rest. Tomorrow's a big day.
And what's tomorrow? I'm so sorry.
The first of the big ceremonies.
So you're just going to be weird and cryptic?
Pele pauses and takes Josh's notepad. He writes, "Attest upon," and hands it back. Josh happens to know that word. His eyes widen. "Are you serious?" Pele smiles mischievously.
What's that? What's attest upon?
Pele gestures for Christian to keep his voice down. Christian pulls out his phone and types "attest upon" into the search engine, but there's no internet connection.
Fuck. What's attest upon?
Josh smugly climbs into bed. This has made Danny nervous.
Is it scary?
Josh teasingly raises his eyebrows. You'll see. Interior main house night. Everyone is asleep. There's silence except for the babies crying. Danny lies awake. Beside her, Christian sleeps soundly. To her other side, Mark snores. Danny shifts her weight. She looks over at the wall mural and notices an illustration of a happy man opening his wrist with a special knife. He is surrounded by smiling friends and above him a smiling sun. Danny looks unnerved, but her attention is suddenly drawn away by the sound of a teenage boy and girl, clearly new lovers, sneaking quietly out of their beds, giggling. They tiptoe out of the house, careful to make no noise. Danny stares at this, heavy. Exterior field morning, a goat-shaped straw figure. It's the size of an actual goat and notably well crafted. An axe comes down to swiftly lop off its head. Then another axe comes down to strike its body in half. We cut wide to reveal that it's being chopped into clean pieces by 3 men in ceremonial garb. Onlookers abound. Exterior crop field morning, farmers buy different pieces of the chopped up straw goat. Farmers bury different pieces of the chopped up straw goat in 4 corners of a flourishing grain field. At the field center, a man pours a bowl of lamb's blood into a carefully hollowed hole in the earth. After this, the straw goat's head is dropped in. The hole is then covered up with soil. Near the main house, several men are setting up dining tables on the grass. They're laying them out to form a pattern. In one field, a group of women collect the morning dew in small vials from the leaves and grass. They throw a sheet over the wet grass, and it absorbs the dew, and they wring it out into a pail. We pan away from this to yet another field, where a large group is assembled for what appears to be some sort of dance class. They stand in rows of 10. Danny, Josh, Mark, Pele, and Christian are among them. At the head of the class is a thin elder in his 60s with an impressive physique. In demonstration, he lifts his arms and waves it, his arm and waves it fluidly, rhythmically, emotionally, back and forth. The class imitates him. They strive to perfectly match his movements and emotions.
Don't just copy me, feel me.
The class continues to mimic his movements. Mark, Josh, and Christian are looking quite graceless. Danny, however, matches the elder's movements with surprising sensitivity. Haley notices this. The elder stops, so does everyone else. The elder swiftly affects a different posture. This time he goes up on his tiptoes, one hand curled to his abdomen and the other arm draped mournfully around his head. The class now imitates this. The Hargas are impressive in their poise and precision, and Danny is fitting right in. Josh and Christian, not so much. Once everyone finds this position, the elder fluidly contorts his body to assume another. A sleepy Mark has stopped trying altogether. He looks over to a woman beside him and smiles at her, but his gaze remains fixed seriously ahead. For the Hargas, this is a spiritual practice. The pretty brunette, 25, to Mark's side says,
Try.
What?
Try.
Mark smiles, not understanding her Swedish. He's smitten. He half attempts to join in, only to immediately give up again. Exterior farmstead 1 hour later, the dining tables have been set up to form a wide circle. Inside the circle at the center is a round yellow table representing the sun. There are no seats for this table. Half of the community is already standing at the surrounding tables. The other half is arriving now. Plates of food have already been placed. No one sits. Our group, minus Danny, arrives at one of the tables. They gaze around, trying to understand the etiquette. They notice that a few lingering girls walk backward through a neighboring field, picking flowers. Danny now appears with a bouquet of hand-picked flowers. She happily presents Christian with the bouquet.
What? For me?
Yeah.
Taksamikat.
He kisses her cheek. Now that everyone is stationed at the table, a boy runs off to officially summon the guests of honor. After a moment, 2 elderly men, both 72, both wearing ornate golden dresses, enter the scene. We will recognize them as the elderly men who ran around the main house 3 times with the flaming torches. They stand alert, with alert posture, maintaining an awareness of their bodies as they walk. They arrive at 2 large wooden chairs situated at a beautifully decorated table with fine silverware and golden plates. Every other table seats at least 5 people, but this table has been reserved solely for these 2. Josh mouths to Pele, "Are these the ones?" And Pele smiles. The 2 men sit. This prompts everyone else to sit. Mark picks up his fork only to notice that no one else has begun eating. Everyone waits patiently. Total silence, save for the baby who is still crying. Finally, the 2 men pick up their silverware and begin to eat. Now, everyone starts eating. Josh is scrutinizing every detail. Christian scrutinizes Josh. Mid-meal, Maya feverishly carves a small runestone in her lap. She is hunched over to conceal her progress from curious eyes. The 2 elderly men are receiving lots of attention. Near Danny, a blonde woman in her 30s cradles the crying baby.
Is your baby okay?
Absolutely. She has a bone problem. She's not mine, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Her birth mother is on pilgrimage. It helps them to detach. The babies are raised here by everyone.
Danny smiles at this idea. Josh and Christian are also taken by this. Josh sees Christian's excitement and quietly hardens.
How is your family like?
Mine? Oh no. My family's not here anymore.
Christian suddenly looks nervous about this exchange.
Not here?
And unfortunately not. It's okay.
Not any?
The blonde woman has tears in her eyes. She looks sincerely affected by this.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said. We're enjoying our food.
Am I making you sad to ask?
No, I just shouldn't have mentioned it.
Please, no, we can talk if you like. Please, I'm happy to talk.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I feel silly. Thank you. Sorry.
Christian shrugs. Don't apologize to me. Siv, a table over, has been avidly watching this exchange. Minutes later, everyone has finished eating. Another hush falls awkwardly over the procession. Silence, save for the wailing baby. Mark, half asleep, confusedly looks around. He sees the pretty brunette smiling at him. Caught off guard, he blushes and smiles back a little too eagerly. One of the elderly men stands, clears his throat, closes his eyes. After a moment, he begins to sing a wordless choral song. Everyone watches, rapt and emotional. At the appropriate time, the other man begins to sing along, softly and awkwardly at first. Soon he rises, singing with greater projection. When the song comes to a finish, Siv stands to raise her glass. This prompts everyone else to stand. They all raise their aquavit. Long silence. Siv finally drinks. So does everyone else. The musicians begin to play their handmade instruments, and 8 middle-aged men break into 2 groups. They walk to either of the elderly men's chairs, hoist them up, and start carrying them off. The congregation follows behind as the elevated men are carried up a hill. Our group joins them, confused. Mark lags behind.
I think I'm gonna take a nap. Jet lag in the shrooms.
Mark heads back toward the main house. Danny, Christian, Josh, and Pele proceed to follow the community. Exterior hill. Minutes later, everyone happily follows the elderly men of honor, still carried on their hoisted thrones. They follow a narrow trail of flowers up the hill. There's a fork in the trail, leading either to the left and downward, or continuing straight ahead and upward. The elderly men are carried straight ahead and upward, continuing to ascend the rising hill. The following procession branches off to your left. They continue down a slope that leads to a beach. Our group, squinting with curiosity, begins following the procession toward the beach, but Pele slows down.
Okay, actually, let's stop a moment.
He holds them back.
I need to warn you before we go down, because you might not want to.
Is this going to be something weird?
It might seem very weird, but it's a great honor for them.
Is this the thing you mentioned last night?
A testupan.
We're about to perform a centuries-old rite that is very important to us and very beautiful, but also very far from anything you have in America.
Do I not want to do this?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're invited to. You remember I explained the winter stage where man's life goes from 54 to 72? Well, this is what happens when 72 is reached.
Okay, and what is this?
Caleb pauses, considering his words. Danny grows more nervous.
What is this testupan?
Josh can't suppress a smile, anticipating Pele's answer. Exterior beach. Minutes later, the community is gathered on a rocky beach. Tall cliffs loom imposingly. The baby cries in the background. Our group stands to the side, along with Simon, Connie, and Ingmar. Christian turns to Danny, who looks extremely uneasy.
Are you sure you can handle this?
Danny doesn't know how to answer this.
Maybe you should go back to the main house. It's not too late.
Danny starts to wrestle with this, but then...
No, I need to try.
A horn sounds. All eyes go to Siv, the matriarch, holding a leather-bound book whose cover is marked in runic letters. In Swedish, she formally addresses the congregation like a priest to a parish before opening the book. Its scripture is all written in runes and unknown hieroglyphs, the affect language.
What's that book?
Christian leans in to hear the answer.
Ruby Raider, our scripture.
Can I possibly read that?
You would not be able.
Siv, eyes on the page, surprises our group by beginning to sing a wordless hymn. It's beautiful, yet feels improvised, as if inspired on the spot by emotions provoked by the text. Exterior cliff. The 2 elderly men have been carried to the top of the cliff overlooking the beach. Their chairs are set down near the precipice. They are placed beside freshly carved and impressively sized rune stones. The elders rise from their seats. They're each handed a ceremonial blade. They stoically drag the blade across their palms, drawing blood. The men rub their palms together, making their hands nice and bloody. They press their palms onto the rune stones, both leaving 2 bloody handprints. Exterior beach, same time. Everyone looks up at the cliff's peak. Danny is sweating beads now, her breathing erratic. Finally, the 2 elderly men appear at the edge. Rapt silence. One of the elderly men announces something loudly in Swedish.
What did he say?
But Pele ignores Josh. His eyes are glued to the men. Josh redirects his attention to the cliff top. Danny braces herself. Her teeth begin to chatter. She grabs Christian's arm, and then the elderly man leaps off the precipice. Connie and Simon scream. The man plummets 200 feet to land fatally on the jagged rocks below. Upon impact, a flock of birds alight from a tree. Our group is shocked with horrified silence. Danny looks like she's been knocked out of her body. The birds fly over Danny's head and a sudden rush courses through her. The other elderly man, the one whose torch burnt out before circling the house 3 times, now steps up to the precipice. He also announces something in Swedish.
What's happening? Is he going to jump too? No!
The man launches himself off the cliff. Connie gasps, but the man plummets straight down, landing not only on his feet, but on the fresh corpse of his friend. This softens the blow, preventing the fall from killing him. The man, all broken bones now, wails in horrible pain. The community grumbles with concern. Everyone turns to 3 men, each the oldest of their respective generations, the youths, the laborers, and the mentors. They understand what they must do.
Why did that just happen? We need to call an ambulance.
It's okay.
What's okay? Call an ambulance. Everybody's just watching.
The plump elder approaches the 3 men with a cudgel. This is a long-handled club with a pointed block of wood at the end. The cudgel is handed over to the mentor. Danny watches overwhelmed as the 3 men, now armed with the cudgel, stalk over to the dying man. The dying man moans pathetically. It is in too much pain to scream. From Danny's POV, the men have arrived at the dying elder's feet. The mentor raises the cudgel, then brutally swings it down onto the old man's head. This isn't a fatal blow. The man raises the cudgel again, and this time he strikes the elder with enough force to silence him. The mentor hands the cudgel to the laborer. He raises the cudgel and brings it down on the old man's crown. The elder's leg goes into pathetic spasms, blood gurgling. The laborer bludgeons him once more. He goes limp, probably dead. The youth is now handed the cudgel. He delivers 2 brutal swings to the old man's head. The mentor gently takes the cudgel away from the youth, and it will return to the community. The mentor hands the plump elder the cudgel, and everyone stands in respectful, contemplative silence. Danny is gripping Christian's arm. She is completely shell-shocked. Christian turns to Josh. They exchange holy shit looks, more excited than troubled. Siv bounds over to Connie and Simon, who are in a panic. Danny trembles, powder white, traumatized.
Ingemar, did you not warn them? Ingemar, where'd you go?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's over there, Grandmother. Siv, I kind of warned them.
Nobody did anything. Everyone just watched that.
Oh, my poor things.
You're all just standing calmly around.
Siv lays an empathic hand on Simon and Connie's shoulder.
Oh, mercy, please. You should have been warned better. What you just saw is a long observed custom. Those 2 men has just reached end of their Horga life cycle.
Siv now looks into Danny's eyes, but Danny is in a daze. She seems to have been knocked into a dissociative state.
It is a great joy for them. You must realize. And when I do so, it will be a great joy for me. We view life as a circle, okay? A recycle. One thing falls and another rises. The first man who jumped, his name was Olaf. Yes?
He points to a pregnant woman.
That baby, who is not yet born, will inherit his name. He will be Olaf. And if it is a girl, she will take the name of our last fallen lady, which was Dagmar.
Danny gazes at Siv, who has taken on a strange ethereal glow like an angel.
But instead of growing old and getting sick and dying in pain and shame and fear, we'll give our life as a gesture. Yes, a gift. And we will leave this chapter with dignity and gratitude before it can spoil.
Siv releases Connie and Simon, who are no less fraught. Siv now addresses the whole group.
It does no good to die kicking and screaming and lashing back at the inevitable. It corrupts the soul.
Ingmar's here. I'm so sorry I did not warn you better.
Exterior field day. Everyone is walking back from the beach. Josh rushes feverishly toward the main house. Christian's eyes are trained on him as he moves to Danny, who looks destroyed.
You okay, baby?
I need not to be here right now.
Okay, good idea. You walk. I'll find you in a second, okay?
Danny walks off, addled. Christian accelerates to follow Josh. Exterior woods. Moments later, Danny's walk speeds into a sprint. Once out of sight, she stops at a tree, now hyperventilating. She tries to steady her breath, but it's too erratic. She reaches down and she breaks down into violent sobs, interrupted by a shrill retch. Inside the main house at the same time, Josh anxiously goes through his backpack to find his laptop. He sits on the mattress as his computer boots up. Christian enters awkwardly, eyes on Josh. He appears to be summoning the courage to say something.
Hey, dude.
Hey. Holy fuck, right?
Holy fuck. Incredible.
Incredible.
Christian works up the nerve.
So listen, I've been wanting to ask you or tell you or just mention to you something I've been thinking about.
Josh looks up. He darkens with concern.
I've just been thinking, and I've decided I really think I want to do my thesis here on the Hargus.
Josh doesn't react. Christian nervously continues.
And I wanted to tell you first so that it didn't seem like I wasn't telling you.
I feel like I can't tell if you're joking.
Christian doesn't respond. Josh becomes incredulous.
Oh my God. I honestly can't even... You know, I'm out here doing my thesis on Midsommar. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, but not on this community.
Josh's eyes burn on Christian.
What?
You knew I was going to want to do this.
How would I know that? Did you even know that before I just told you?
Oh my God, Christian, of course you did. You don't think I know what you're doing? It's actually kind of outrageously unsubtle. The fact that you're being this bald about it, it's impressive. It is. I'm honestly impressed.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, what the fuck? This is what I've been working toward, and you know it. That's why you looked so guilty when you brought it up, because you know that what you're doing is unethical and leechy and lazy and frankly kind of sad.
Okay, wow, fuck you.
No, dude, not fuck me. Find your own subject or your own passion. Because I'm actually invested in this. It's not some glorified hobby that I'm casually dipping my feet into.
Oh my God, you are so arrogant. In case you forgot, we're both earning the same degree.
But we're not doing it in the same way, Christian, okay? I have to hold your hand through everything. You didn't even know how to use JSTOR before I taught you. And you're a fucking grad student. I mean, why are you even in academia? You don't care, which is fine. That's your prerogative. Just don't appropriate my actual work for your new shortcut.
This cuts Christian like a knife. His eyes are flaring with rage, but he stifles it. Determined to remain collected, he concludes.
I want to do my thesis here. If you want to as well, I'd be happy to discuss collaborating. If not, I guess we'll have 2 separate theses on the Hargus.
Christian leaves. Josh sits motionless. Exterior farmstead continuous. Christian emerges from the main house extremely tense. A very pale Simon smokes a joint near the door, looking very ill. He notices Christian's demeanor.
You traumatized too, mate.
What? Oh, yeah.
You want some? It's laced with hydrocodone.
Christian notices in the field a group of women collecting Linum usitatium, flax, which is in abundance. Among them, he sees Maya working with her friend Ula. They laugh as they work. Christian gestures, "Excuse me," to Simon and approaches Maya.
Hey, hi. Sorry to bother you.
Maya looks up, not understanding. She looks almost panicked.
I'm Christian.
Ula inserts herself.
Hello, I am Ula. She is Maya.
Hi, Ula, Maya. I was wondering if I could ask, how many of those attestapons you guys have seen performed?
Every time one reaches age.
Okay.
So lots.
Right. Okay. And you don't have like a typical mourning period for grieving?
We grieve and celebrate.
Maya has been staring at Christian, love-stricken. He is aware of it, but tries to ignore.
We must go now and keep working.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. I might find you to ask more later.
Ula smiles okay and walks up with Maya. They wave goodbye.
Goodbye. Bye, Maya.
Maya smiles timidly and waves again. In the background, Josh stands at the main house's door staring. Exterior meadow, evening. Danny sits cross-legged near the river. Her eyes are closed. She's trying to meditate, but her breathing is still unstable. Christian appears behind her.
Hey.
Danny's eyes open with a start. She turns to him.
How we doing?
I can't stop fucking shaking and my teeth keep chattering.
I can imagine. Today was a lot.
I feel like the neck on my skin is getting tighter, like I'm choking.
Danny pulls at her neck. Christian puts a hand on her shoulder.
You okay, baby?
Are you not at all disturbed over what just happened?
I mean, of course, it was shocking, but I'm also trying to keep an open mind.
Danny just stares at him.
It's cultural. We put our elderly in nursing homes. I'm sure they find that disturbing.
Danny eyes him, disturbed by his nonchalance, and then sees in the background a congregation of women are migrating off together. Dagny, whom we met earlier, splits from the group to run over to Danny and Christian.
Danny, do you like to join us?
Why? What's happening?
A special ceremony for the women's. The men's are joining for a meditate at the houses.
Danny looks to Christian, fraught. He gives her a go-ahead look. Danny looks over to the flock of women and sees an equally unnerved Connie. Moments later, Danny uneasily joins Connie in the migrating crowd of women. They are approaching a river which seems to glow in the distance.
Did they tell you what this is?
Someone better not be jumping off another fucking cliff.
Danny pulls again at her neck, still feeling claustrophobic in her own skin. Exterior field, moments later, all the men are seated in a mass circle for a group meditation, which hasn't yet begun. Isolated in the center of the group is an elder. He is the meditation leader. Outside the circle, a group of men decorate a tree that has been pulled from the earth. They adorn it in various flowers and handmade ornaments. Christian joins Mark in the circle.
Nice nap?
Mark, eyes elsewhere, leans over to whisper,
"That girl over there keeps chatting me up, but she speaks like zero English."
He's pointing at the pretty brunette from earlier.
Oh yeah, she's cute.
Right? She keeps eyeing me.
Christian pauses and then,
don't you kind of hate Josh?
exterior water well, same time. Pele stands by the well drawing up water. Josh appears.
Hey, can I talk to you?
Sure, but we're being called for the meditation.
Has Christian come to you yet?
About what?
Okay, so listen, and you can obviously say no, but point blank, I want to do my thesis here on this.
Oh, on which? The 9-day feast?
Or yes, but no, on you guys, on the Hargas. And I told Christian this already, and now I think he's trying to pretend that it was his idea, so if he comes to you...
Okay, well, no, hey, wait a minute. I seriously doubt the elders will approve of anything being written. They're extremely protective.
Yeah, of course, and I wouldn't do anything without their approval or permission.
Well, yeah, but they won't approve, Josh. The only reason we've survived at all is because we operate in total isolation.
Right, so I could just use aliases for everything.
Then what would be the point? You couldn't even get it peer-reviewed. Christian did already ask me this, by the way. I told him the exact same thing I'm telling you.
I thought you just said he hadn't talked to you.
Fuck. Look, I'll ask the elders, okay? But if it's approved, you either both do it together or you fight it out between yourselves.
Pele puts his hands up to signify that's it. He walks off toward the meditation circle. Exterior field, moments later, Pele walks to an elder near the back of the circle. He whispers in his ear. As this happens, Josh hovers in the distance. He watches Pele's interaction in surprise. Christian, still sitting in the circle, sees Josh staring at Pele. Christian becomes instantly paranoid and he rises.
I'm gonna take a leak.
Christian walks off toward a wall of bushes. Josh sees this, hesitates, and then warily follows. He keeps a healthy distance. Pele's eyes are now on both of them. Once Christian is hidden by the foliage, he sneakily runs off. He pursues the crowd of women who are off in the distance. Meanwhile, Mark looks helpless in the meditation circle.
We begin now. Close your eyes.
Exterior river, same time. The women arrive at the river. Hundreds of lanterns have been set up around the water to resemble a fiery necklace. In the river's center, 9 burning torches protrude from a buoy atop the water. The women have stopped at a spot near the river. Everyone stands seriously about. Siv walks up to a mystified Danny and Connie.
Do you admire the Brisingamen?
The lanterns?
Gladia's necklace made by the fairies. We give it now to her mother, Kerlik, as praise for creating our son.
Danny and Connie don't understand, nor do they inquire further. Siv laughs, seeing their confusion.
Think of it like theater. Strictly presentational, yes?
Danny placates her by nodding. Siv smiles and directs their attention to the center of the congregation. One of the female elders, a large woman in her 60s with sturdy legs, holds the sacred book Ruby Radar. She takes a moment as everyone quiets down, then reads a passage in Swedish out loud. She reads with clarity and authority. After she is finished, a group of 9 women, 3 in their 20s, 3 in their 30s and 40s, and 3 in their 50s or 60s, all disrobe. They are all now nude. A woman begins playing a key harp. After the tune is established, 3 women begin to sing. It is a wordless choral song comprised of expressive, abstract sounds that evoke a range of feelings to tell a strictly emotional story. As this is sung, the nude women walk to the river. They descend into the water and swim toward the center. The song continues. The nude women arrive at the burning buoy. They wait for the song to reach a bridge, and then they each draw a flaming torch from the buoy. Holding up their torches, the nude women now step carefully onto what must be underwater planks. They are still up to their necks in water. As the song crescendos, they slowly walk up the planks, each of which move in separate directions to emerge from the water.
The women represents the sun. The sea gave birth to the sun, so they're like from the womb.
Danny and Connie watch. It is hypnotic. Christian, having just caught up, watches this ritual, also from behind a tree. Josh, a good distance behind Christian, also watches, transfixed. The women all arrive onto the shore at the same time. They rest their torches and the song comes to an end. Siv looks to a young red-haired woman in her 30s who runs off now to fetch the men. Exterior farmstead moments later, the red-haired woman gives a signal to Odd. Odd then gestures to the men handling the decorated tree. They all lift the tree. Then one man strikes a bell. This rouses the men from their meditation.
Now we stop.
Odd addresses the meditators.
Okay, everyone, let us form a procession following the tree.
Everybody rises, still coming up from their collective trance. They queue up to follow the decorated tree. Exterior river moments later, the men carrying the tree arrive at the river, joining the women. The nude women are now dressed. Christian awkwardly joins the crowd, as does Josh. After a moment, the large woman announces to the river in Swedish.
Swedish. In thanks and praise, great goddess, we bestow upon you this modest gift.
Music is played as the men hoist up the lavish tree, run it toward the river, and hurl it into the water. The river gulps the tree down. A horn bellows. A thin man in his 40s steps out to announce quite theatrically,
"Oh no! Did you hear that rumbling? I think she is still hungry."
I heard the rumbling. Did any of you?
Rumblings all around. The consensus is no.
Ah, well, I suppose it could have been my own belly.
Some polite laughter among the congregation.
But I do not wish to risk offending our generous mother.
Nor do I. Yet we have already given our finest jewels and most fruitful tree. What else could we possibly offer?
Then a young boy, 10, is heard among the crowd.
You could use me.
The crowd opens up to reveal the young boy. He's adorned in the same jewels and flowers as the tree. His costume is an imitation of the tree. He's clearly reciting lines with less confidence than the thin man and large woman.
You, young M, wish I could offer your life to our beloved goddess.
If she will have it.
How brave you are, little Amy.
Brave? What is brave in going home?
Horns are played as the young boy steps forward to stand before the men who tossed the tree. They reluctantly lift the boy up and carry him to the river. Danny starts to panic.
No, what's happening?
Siv smiles. The boy is taken to the edge of the river and the men begin to swing him back and forth. They are preparing to launch him into the water.
No!
This mingles with other protestations from the crowd.
Leave him be. He has shown his bravery.
No, don't.
The crowd erupts into a cacophony of staged protest. The men stop swinging the boy. After sufficient tackling, the men release the boy. He then runs to Siv, bashfully burying his face into her dress. She pats his head with pride. Everyone applauds. The performance seems to be over. Danny looks completely disoriented. Connie, who's now been joined by Simon, turns to Siv.
So is this like a Wiccan thing or?
Wicca? Oh, my dear, no, this is about reciprocity.
Okay.
Strictly presentational.
Connie looks skeptical. Danny still looks crazed. She turns to find Christian, who, in contrast, looks very amused. Exterior field minutes later, Danny has pulled Christian to a secluded spot. She is very high-strung. In the background, the Hargis' water power plant is visible.
Please, Christian, we need to leave. This is feeling really wrong.
Okay, look, I know it's weird. That's because it's alien. We haven't ever been exposed to anything like this.
No, Christian, this is pagan nature worship. This is completely backwards. We shouldn't be here.
We just need to acclimate.
I don't want to acclimate. I want to leave.
Baby, I cannot leave right now, period. I'm doing my thesis on these guys.
What? Since when?
Since I decided. Today. Which you know has been a nightmare for me to figure out. And I made the mistake of telling Josh, and now he's competing with me.
So let him have it if he wants. We shouldn't be here, Christian.
No, hey, have you even seen what's happening here? This level of tradition? And nobody knows about it, nobody's written on it, and they've invited us to be a part of it.
But
Can't
why
you see
have
what
they
a privilege this is? Because Pele did.
And why did Pele?
Because he trusts us.
And why would he trust you? All people, you're opportunistic anthropology students.
Maybe because we're anthropologists. Maybe they want someone to document this.
Oh my God. Are you blind? They're performing pagan rituals out here. People are jumping off cliffs. They depend on nobody knowing about this.
Not necessarily.
Danny hesitates, seeing that she's getting nowhere.
I want to leave.
Then you can leave. I invited you to come, and I don't regret that, but I'm here for a reason.
Beat. Christian's eyes are ice cold.
Do you not love me anymore?
What does that have to do with this?
This is the devaluation phase. We've been in this for a long time now. Next comes the discard.
Oh, fuck. Can you maybe spare a relationship the psychology 101?
No, this has been happening for a long time, and you've been pulling away, and I've been in denial.
Oh, please, babe. Give yourself some credit. Looks to me like you've got it all figured out.
Christian turns and storms away.
Oh my. Are you going to walk away now?
As he leaves, she cries out.
You're just going to leave me like this?
Interior main house, night. People are laying boards over the windows, bringing the main house into darkness. Danny enters with sunken eyes. Christian's already in bed. Staring at him, Danny walks to Josh. She's pulling at her neck again.
Do you have a sleeping pill?
Oh, sure.
Josh fishes a pill out of his bag.
They're intense, though. You might want to cut it in half.
I just need to sleep.
She swallows it whole. Interior main house, night. A silence. Everyone is asleep, including Danny. There is a rustling heard off screen. Danny wakes. She sits up to see Christian's bed is now empty. So is Mark's bed and Josh's. Concerned, Danny looks to the door. Josh, Mark, Pele, and Christian are quietly tiptoeing out of the house. They giggle. Christian is the last to exit. Confused, Danny climbs out of bed. She rushes to the door, looks outside to see the group is now inside the rental minivan, which is idling off. Pele drives, laughing. Christian in the back seat looks out the back window. He smiles giddily at Danny as they drive away. Danny watches this in utter horror. The diminishing car's tailpipe belches thick black smoke. Danny opens her mouth in anguish. An impossible amount of black smoke, the same color as that from the tailpipe, escapes from her lungs, filling the frame, and then we slam to a harsh insert of the gored face of the second elder who jumped off the cliff. He gasps wretchedly. We then punch out wider to reveal that the dashed bodies on the rocks are Danny's parents and her sister. We then cut to interior of the main house at night. Danny is asleep in her bed. The last scene was a dream. Her eyelids twitch as she continues to suffer her nightmare. We pan away from Danny to reveal that Maya, several beds over, is awake. She anxiously fingers a freshly carved rune stone. Her eyes are glued to Christian, who is fast asleep. Maya climbs out of her bed and tiptoes to Christian's bed. She crouches to slide the runestone under his mattress. She then runs nervously back to her own bed. Josh, whom we now reveal to be awake, has been watching this. Interior main house morning. All of the beds are now empty and morning activity is heard outside. Danny, however, is still asleep. Exterior meadow next morning. Pele plants vegetables in the garden. Josh, accompanied by Mark, approaches Pele. Watching this, Christian lingers in the background.
Hey, man. Any word?
Pele looks up to see Josh. He sighs and rises.
They said you can do it as long as you absolutely don't use names, and the location is never even hinted at.
Okay, wow, okay.
And they're going to have you sign an agreement to that.
Josh can't contain his glee.
And you split it with Christian because he came to me first.
Well, we'll figure that out.
Mark notices in the distance one man has climbed to the top of a tree to fetch a strange flowering pine cone from the tip of a branch. At the base of the tree is a crowd of observing men.
What are they doing?
Gathering charms.
The climbing man cuts the cone with a golden blade. The men cheer.
Here, can I ask you something?
Josh pulls Maya's rune stone out of his pocket.
I found this under Christian's bed. Do you know what this is?
Love rune. It casts a love spell.
Christian walks over. Josh conceals the rune.
What's going on?
The elders have said you can do your thesis as long as you don't use actual names or location.
Holy shit, that's incredible. Thank you so much.
You're splitting it with Josh.
I already told him that's totally fine with me.
Pele notices Christian glancing over at Maya.
I think my sister Maya has taken a liking to you.
Yeah, I think I noticed.
In the background, a cow and a lamb are being led across the field by different Hargans.
You know, she just got her Bixmandik.
Huh? What's that?
It means pants incent license. When you turn 15, you're allowed to have sex.
Well, how about that one? Is she licensed?
Mark is pointing out the pretty brunette he's had a crush on.
Inga? Oh, yes.
Pele is summoned by a few men struggling to carry equipment. He goes off to help them. At the same time, Mark catches the brunette, Inga, looking at him again. He suddenly feels compelled to do something. He starts marching in the direction of the climbing men.
Mark?
Interior main house morning, Danny stirs awake, extremely groggy.
Christian?
Exterior farmstead at the same time, Mark has arrived at the oak tree with a particularly large pine cone, also bearing a flower at the top. Its base has been tied with rope. Mark begins to climb it.
Wait, dude, maybe hold off.
I'm gonna go gather a charm.
Josh and Christian look uneasy as Mark quickly scales the oak. As he climbs past a few branches, a bearded man in his 40s is heard off screen.
Nay!
Mark freezes. The bearded man runs over. This is Ulf.
What are you doing? Get off! Get down!
Mark, now standing motionless on the branch, looks stupefied. The branch suddenly snaps beneath his feet and he comes tumbling to the ground. He lands hard on his ass. Ulf desperately picks up the broken branch. He notices that the tree's mud-plugged cleft, wrapped in rope, has broken open.
Did I take the wrong part? I thought I was bearded man.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm Ulf, but go ahead. You started it.
Oh. I thought I was
No,
done.
have Richard do it.
Go, Richard.
Let's go back.
Yeah.
Can you go back?
Yeah.
This is Ulf.
A bearded man in his 40s is heard off screen.
Nij.
Mark freezes and the bearded man runs over. This is Ulf.
What are you doing? Get off! Get down!
Mark, now standing motionless on the beach, looks stupefied. The branch has snapped beneath his feet and he comes tumbling to the ground. He lands hard on his ass. Ulf desperately picks up the broken branch and notices that the tree's mud-plugged cleft wrapped in rope has broken open.
No, what have you done?
People have started gathering around. Ulf appeals to them.
Can we put it back on? Can we?
What's wrong? What did I do?
Pele has run over.
What happened?
Your American friend, he desecrated my tree.
I'm so sorry, Father Ulf. He doesn't know.
What happened? What did I do?
You climbed his tree.
His tree? So what? I'm sorry.
So what?
What? I didn't know. And also I pissed on your tree. Oh, shit.
Ulf is clearly in a fury. He stifles it, but his eyes are frighteningly wide.
Here, Mark, let's just...
Pele leads Mark away.
What the fuck? How is it his tree? What's even happening?
That tree cured him of pneumonia when he was a baby.
What? How? No, it didn't.
He believes it did, and now his health and his life are tied to the tree. If it gets hurt, he gets hurt.
Mark looks over at Ulf, who has collapsed into tears. The thin elder speaks soothingly to Ulf. Once he takes his mute button off.
Elder.
John, bottom of page 74.
Oh, John. I think it's the same as the thin
73, rather.
Man. Yeah. Do you know what page we're on?
Bottom 73, John.
You can reattach the branch. It's a minor wound, barely anything.
What about the cleft?
Oh fuck! I am sorry. I still don't even understand what I did. Do I apologize?
Apologize later.
The pretty brunette Inga has walked up.
Oh shit! Hi.
Tell him it's okay. He didn't know. I will talk to Father Ulf.
She smiles at Mark and walks off.
She said to tell you it's okay and that she'll explain to him your mistake.
Seriously? What else did she say?
Christian sees Danny in the distance, woozily looking for him. He walks over to her, affecting pleasantness.
Hey.
Oh.
You get some good sleep?
They arrive at each other. He gives her a peck.
I'm sorry about last night.
How you feeling?
I don't want us to be fighting, Christian.
Well, me neither.
Christian looks like he wants to say more. Danny waits for it. Finally, Christian thinks better of it.
Are you feeling less nervous today?
Danny pauses uncertainly at this. Horns bellow in the background. A ceremony is beginning somewhere, and all the Hargans are presently migrating over a hill. Pele, standing in a distance, is waving Danny and Christian over. Exterior hill day, an extreme close-up of a baby bull's hind legs tied together with rope. The rope is pulled swiftly up. An extreme close-up of a lamb's hind legs, also tied together. The rope is yanked up. Extreme close-up of a baby horse's hind legs, also tied. That rope is pulled up. We now cut to a wide shot at the top of the hill. 9 animals: lamb, goat, dog, baby horse, baby bull, baby cow, pig, rabbit, and 3 tied together chickens have been strung upside down. They are all alive. Each of them is separated by about 5 feet. The thin elder stands to the side of the lineup. On the other side is Sid. The entire community is congregated at the bottom of the hill. Danny looks very nervous. She turns to Pele, who already looks concerned for her.
Do I want to stay for this?
Maybe you should not.
Danny looks to Christian. He looks very excited. She turns back to the top of the hill, anxious. Sid speaks exultantly to the air in Swedish. When she finishes, steady percussion begins. The thin elder strikes a different pose physically and emotionally with every percussive hit. The red-haired woman reading from the holy book Ruby Rader begins to sing. As we've heard before, it is a wordless choral song. 9 young men, each holding a blade, walk up to the animals, and simultaneously they all slit the animals' throats. The animals thrash wildly as blood drains from their necks. The song has degraded into anguished snarls and cries. That does it. Danny storms off. Christian is too awe-stricken to care. Josh, meanwhile, is taking covert photos with his phone. Beneath each animal, a narrow channel has been pre-carved into the earth. Each channel winds and loops to eventually converge, and thus forming a massive runic symbol, symbolizing fertility. The blood pours from each animal to run down into the separate canals. Soon, the blood is commingled to fill the carefully engineered runic sculpture. It's horrible and beautiful. Josh and Christian, briefly joined in their excitement, trade looks of amazement. Mark looks mystified.
This is fucking weird, no?
Pele now goes after Danny, who is speed walking away. In the background, Simon can be heard saying,
"What the fuck did you bring us to?"
Christian looks over at this. Simon, who looks very scared, is confronting a grinning Ingmar.
"Why are you smiling, mate?"
Exterior field, same time. Danny speed walks with intermittent running toward the main house in the distance. Pele follows her, glancing over his shoulder to view more of the ceremony. Inside the main house, Danny enters, her eyes crazed. She goes to her bed and begins hastily packing her bag. Her breathing is erratic, and she's pulling at her neck again as if to loosen the skin. Pele enters.
Danny?
Danny looks up, her teeth chattering with anxiety.
I'm really sorry, Pele. Thank you for inviting me, but I really need to go. Can someone maybe drive me?
I did warn you this time. I know it looks extreme, but we only do this once every 90 years. It's, what's the word?
I understand that it's momentous.
Right, exactly.
I don't know why we're here, Pele. I don't know why you invited us.
Okay. Here, sit down, please.
He sits Danny down. He plants himself beside her, taking her hands.
I invited my friends because this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and I wanted to share it, especially with my friends who I knew would appreciate it, because I'm proud of this place.
But I'm not an anthropologist, and I don't have the foundation to understand this.
And yet, I was the most excited for you to come.
Pele has pulled a special pouch from his pocket. He draws something out.
Here, smell this.
He places a homemade sachet containing a special herb under Danny's nose.
What is it?
It calms you down.
She pauses before smelling it.
Go on, inhale. I will too.
Demonstrating, he inhales the herb deeply. He puts it back to her nose, and she does the same. She's still trembling.
Isn't that nice? Now, I know what you're going through, Danny.
What I'm going through? I'm scared. I can't breathe.
You're going through a lot. I know you are. And I'm going to say something now because my birth parents are both gone too.
What? That's not what I'm talking about.
I know, and that's fine, but please, my birth parents both died when I was a little boy. They burnt up in a fire, and I became technically an orphan. So believe me when I say I know what this is, what that is, because I do. Yet my difference is I didn't get a chance to feel lost because I had a family here where everyone embraced me and swept me up, and I was raised by a community that doesn't distinguish between what is theirs and what is not theirs. That's what you were sacrificed to, but I have always felt held by a family, a real family, which everyone deserves, and you deserve.
Danny looks down at Pele's hands gripping hers.
Christian can walk in.
He's what I'm talking about, and he's my good friend, and I like him. But do you feel held by him, Danny? Does he feel like a home to you?
Right pickup line.
His eyes are locked intensely on Danny's. She doesn't turn away.
My pilgrimage has been fun. New York is fun, but I also find it terrifying how people live as if it's necessary and even good to be lost and drifting. And I haven't spent one night over there that I haven't longed to be back here in the lap of the Hargus.
Danny looks almost hypnotized as she looks into Pele's eyes.
Stay, Danny, please. It will be good, and I swear, we're all finished sacrificing animals.
Danny gives a weak half laugh. She relents. She sits up. She sits up straight and wipes her eyes, regaining composure.
Good.
Pele stands up.
You're a very empathetic person, you know that?
Well, our first language here is strictly emotion-based, so I could just be using that to manipulate you.
Danny pauses at this. Pele sticks his tongue out, teasing. Danny smiles, relieved.
You're very vulnerable, though. And I mean that in a great way. It's very rare. It's beautiful.
Danny is touched, but tries to hide it.
Can I smell that again?
Exterior hill, same time the ceremony has ended. Groups are now setting up tables for lunch. As usual, they're being laid out in a particular pattern. Simon and Connie stand frozen, traumatized. Simon is visibly distraught. He stares up at the top of the hill where the dangling, blood-drained animals are now being cut down.
Are we eating those animals?
Oh, not those ones.
And why not?
Well, because they weren't killed for that.
Oh, so what were they killed for? So we could watch that shit and clap?
Ingmar smiles. This infuriates Simon.
What the fuck is that smile, mate? Get it off.
Simon.
This has drawn attention. People are now looking over.
Look, we can talk about this over here.
Why didn't we talk about it before you took us here?
Ingmar gently touches Simon's arm to lead him away.
Don't sort me out, mate.
The plump elder speaks up.
What's offending you, son?
What's offending me? Besides the fact that I just saw something I can't ever unsee, I'm offended that you're teaching impressionable kids to sacrifice living, innocent animals, including a fucking defenseless dog.
One middle-aged woman in her 50s speaks up.
We sacrificed defenseless animals yesterday, too, to fill your belly.
Why are we using sacrifice like it's a dirty word?
Because it's fucking medieval.
Why are you swearing? We're not swearing.
The plump elder gestures to the woman to calm down.
You'll find that sacrifice is essential in any relationship. Let's put it in your terms.
You don't know my terms.
Say you find yourself entangled with a lover who can't put your needs before her own.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, you know what I mean. Say you learn that your partner can't part with even a fraction of his own comfort to give what you need and show that you're appreciated. Wouldn't you start to resent this person? Wouldn't your own performance begin to lack, knowing they're not pulling their weight? Wouldn't you want to punish that person for taking you for granted? Sacrifice is proof, and without it, no union can last.
There is a beat before Simon pops the bubble.
All right. Thank you for that. And now we've seen 2 people kill themselves and 9 animals got bled to death. So I think we're leaving.
I'll happily drive you to the station.
Lovely, thank you. Let's go, we're getting our other things.
I do need your help jumping the truck, if you'll be so kind.
Simon pauses.
Go pack your stuff. I'll pick you up out front in, 5 minutes?
Fine.
Connie doesn't want to go alone. She hesitates, then walks quickly off. We track alongside Connie, following her away. As Connie speed walks, panic rises in her. She looks back a few times, making sure she's not being followed. She arrives at the main house. Danny and Josh are standing outside. They watch her storm pass.
Are you okay, Connie?
Yeah, sorry. We're actually leaving.
Interior main house continuous. Connie rushes to her bed. She starts throwing her things into a suitcase. Moments later, she steps outside the door, gripping her and Simon's bags. She turns to Danny and waits for Simon.
It was really lovely meeting you, Danny.
Yeah, it was really lovely meeting you too.
Sorry to just leave like this. Simon's coming with the car.
I understand. I might be right behind you.
Simon went mental. Christ, I feel sick. We exchanged emails and all that, yeah?
No, we didn't.
Oh, I'm connie.brahms@aol.com.
Connie.brahms. I'll write you.
Yeah, lovely. Sorry to just leave like this.
Rod comes running up.
Connie, Simon told me to tell you, Jan drove him to the train station. After Simon gets dropped off, he's sending the truck straight back for you.
What?
And you'll meet him there.
No. Why would he go without me? He wouldn't do that.
The truck only had room for 2.
What does that mean? That's not real. Why wouldn't he tell me?
Today's only train leaves in 90 minutes. It takes 45 minutes to drive there and back. They didn't want to waste time.
So I could have sat on his lap.
Simon mentioned that too. We don't break traffic laws.
Connie looks to Danny incredulous.
They just left without me just now.
There wasn't room in the truck. Yet it is coming right back for you.
Connie shakes her head, not buying it. She walks off on a mission to find out more. Odd turns to Danny.
Lunch has been called.
Exterior fields, day, lunchtime. Everyone is seated at the tables, which are connected to form a helix shape. Ulf, still panicked over the damage done to his tree, is consulting a bespectacled elder.
Ulf?
It feels like a tingling, like numbness in my arm.
The elder presses his arm. Mark watches this, very nervous. Farther down the table, Christian sits beside a happy man in his 30s. Christian takes notes as he asks questions. 2 Harga women listen in, smiling. Christian's eyes keep straying to Josh, who is also questioning people. They are now racing to gather info.
How are roles or jobs assigned?
Well, that's based on traits we show as children. For example, he was assigned to protect. So he did his pilgrimage as doctor.
Christian quickly writes this down as Danny arrives at the table and sits next to Christian.
Hey, you okay?
Simon left without Connie.
Really? That's so shitty.
Christian bluntly returns his attention to the happy man. Danny pauses, disturbed by Christian's indifference. For the first time, she actually looks scared of him.
Is incest ever a problem?
Well, the bloodlines are very well preserved, so the elders must approve of me.
Christian is taking feverish notes. Danny watches him with a new kind of scrutiny, a new kind of distrust. As Christian writes, he glances over at Josh, who is now interrogating an uncomfortable bald man in his 40s.
What about the holy text, the Ruby Rotter?
I cannot answer this for you. You might ask an elder.
Interior fields, day, lunch is over. Josh is now interrogating the thin elder on the grass.
I don't understand. What, you want to see it?
I wouldn't even touch.
It's written in our affect language. You would not be able to read it.
Exterior farmstead day, Danny walks idly around, thinking about her exchange with Pele, about Simon leaving Connie. She holds the folded drawing that Pele gave her for her birthday. As the gears turn in her head, her attention falls on a large kitchen in one of the houses. A small group of women, all ages, collaborate to prepare dinner. One small woman in her 40s sees Danny and waves her over. Danny pauses and then approaches.
Sure. Oh.
Have we got a small woman?
Small woman?
There is. I think it's Amy, but it's okay. If
I'm a large woman, but I can read small women if you want.
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
What size of woman are you?
You should be both.
Right.
Be sure to read these lines smaller.
Join us.
Sure. Actually, have you seen Simon?
Oh, yes. He was driven to the station. Did you not say goodbye?
No, I didn't. But that's okay. What are we making?
Meat tarts.
Danny smiles, ooh, and joins the women. She's handed an apron. Another woman says something to Danny in Swedish.
She says you're so beautiful.
Oh, she's so beautiful.
Meanwhile, Maya is preparing a tray of unbaked meat pies. One of the pies is clearly very special. She distinguishes this one by laying a special basil leaf on top. Exterior farmstead at the same time, Siv now stands among laboring men staring at the kitchen window. She watches Danny. Inside the temple at the same time, the holy temple, Josh stands near the altar with the thin elder who has pulled the ruby raider from an elevated pedestal. He shows Josh the text written in the graphic affect language, a combination of runes and abstract hand paintings.
We describe it like emotional sheet music.
What does it say?
Well, each runic letter represents one of the 16 affects. We are graded from most holy to most unholy. This here is about grief. You can see at the end, however, we have blank pages.
Indeed, the last half of the book is blank.
This is because the Ruby Raider is a constant work in progress, always evolving.
And who decides what's added?
Well, this iteration is being written by Reuben.
The thin elder points to Reuben, the mentally disabled boy who is playing outside.
Wait, the disabled?
Since birth. He draws and the elders interpret.
He shows Josh the first pages. They're marked by a baby's handprints, all in different colors of paint. Below the drawings are runic interpretations.
Reuben is unclouded by normal cognition. It makes him open for the source.
So what happens when Reuben dies? Do you just wait until a new baby isn't clouded?
Reuben was the product of inbreeding. All of our organs have been deliberate products of inbreeding.
Josh's jaw hangs. He hides his amazement.
Can I possibly take a photograph?
What? No, absolutely not.
The elder closes the book.
Okay, sorry.
A tense beat, broken suddenly by screaming outside. They turn.
Oh, Simon! Simon!
Exterior field, Connie is panicked and crying. She backs away from 3 encroaching Hargans, all in their 30s, as they approach her carefully, trying to calm her down. Connie desperately appeals to Christian and Mark.
Please, I'm begging you. I saw them pulling Simon. I swear I saw them.
He was driven to town an hour ago. We all watched them drive off.
I'm not talking to you. Please, you have to believe me. I saw them dragging Simon through the woods. He was unconscious.
Where?
Back there, near the river. Please.
Can you show us? Can she
Please.
show us?
Of course. Just please, calm down. I promise it's not what you think you saw.
And the truck is already back for you, by the way. You can leave.
I'm not going without Simon.
Exterior woods minutes later, Connie desperately leads the group, Christian, Mark, and the 2 Hargans, into the woods. She keeps her eyes locked on Christian as if begging him to believe her.
It was right back here. I swear to God, right over there. They were dragging him by the arms and he wasn't moving and his head was bleeding.
So why didn't you try to stop them or follow them?
I couldn't even breathe.
Where did they go?
They went behind the bushes. I ran back for help. I wanted to find someone.
Which direction were they going?
That way. They rushed behind the bushes when they saw me.
Okay, I can tell you're saying the truth. Let's all go in the direction you saw them. If he's there, we'll find him.
They'd have already hit him by now. You're lying.
The Hargan man wears a false smile, but his eyes buzz.
Look, I'll go, okay? They went in that direction. I'll go looking.
I'm coming too.
Great. You and Mark go together. Okay, Mark? We'll cover more ground.
Mark nods.
I don't want them.
They'll go away, right? Thanks, guys. Sorry.
The Hargan men concede and begin walking off.
I hope you find them.
And the truck is waiting for you when you finally choose to leave.
Exterior woods minutes later, Christian walks alone through the woods, half-heartedly searching. He suddenly stumbles upon a vague trail of dried blood streaked across the grass. Christian pauses at this. Tree limbs groan in the wind. Christian looks up, left, right. Nobody's around. Minutes later, Christian sees Mark in the distance. He walks over.
Where's Connie?
She got freaked out and ran back. I don't know.
She went off alone?
She's fucking nuts, dude. So are the rest of these people. The whole fucking place is crazy.
They arrive at each other.
Did you find anything?
Not really.
I do really want to fuck that brunette.
Exterior field day, Christian and Mark return from the woods. They approach the two Hargan men who are now laying a dense circle of rocks around the ominous yellow sacred house, which we saw earlier isolated in the field.
Did Connie come back here?
Yes, her boyfriend called a landline from the station and they talked to her on the phone. Then she begged our pardon and Chan drove her to the station.
Christian squints with burgeoning suspicion.
Okay, huh. I guess that's a relief.
Well, for her it was. We already saw him leave the first time.
In the background, a Hargan boy, 13, runs from one group to another announcing,
Supper is ready! They're calling supper!
Exterior hill day. At the base of the hill, the dining tables are now set in a pattern of a star. Everyone is seated, save for some stragglers. Christian, Danny, Josh, and Mark sit at a table. Pele is seated a few seats away. Danny glances over at him. He smiles warmly and looks away. Danny's eyes linger on him. The servers are laying plates in front of everyone. One especially coy-looking server sets a plate in front of Christian. It features a special meat pie with the basil leaf on top.
Thanks.
Danny turns to Christian.
Do you know what happened with Connie?
She supposedly got driven to the station.
Why do you think Simon would leave without her?
Christian shrugs.
I could see you possibly doing that.
The fuck does that mean?
Never mind.
Christian stares at Danny, surprised at the uncharacteristic defiance. Meanwhile, Mark has noticed Ulf staring at him from a distance. Ulf has murder in his eyes.
Oh, fuck. Somebody's still sore about his tree.
Josh looks up to see Ulf, whose eyes really are trained on Mark.
Yikes.
Is he gonna kill me?
Josh, preoccupied, turns to Christian. He asks, faux casually,
Did you learn anything about the ruby rotter?
Oh, what? You want to collaborate now?
Josh ignores this and moves on to his food.
I know that one elder showed you through it.
Yeah, barely. Never mind. Sorry I brought it up.
Christian seethes. He takes a bite of his tart. As he chews, he catches something on his tongue. He turns away from Danny and pulls a pubic hair out of his mouth. His eyes widen with alarm.
Oh my god, dude, what the fuck?
Ew, what is that?
Christian turns to Danny.
Just a piece of bone.
Ew.
Yeah, it's okay.
Mark leans in to whisper to Christian.
Was that a fucking pube?
Shh, calm down.
Christian sits casually back in his chair. He tucks the pubic hair into his pocket. He looks around to finally alight on Maya. She is smiling at him. Danny catches this. Christian self-consciously breaks the gaze, taking a sip of his drink, a pink-tinted mead. He then pauses, realizing what he might be drinking, namely menstrual blood. Paranoid, he sets the drink back down. Mark notices that Ulf is still staring him down.
Jesus, he's still looking at me. I don't like this.
Josh looks tensely at his notes. He stares at a line that reads, affects, runic combinations, emotional sheet music. Inga, the pretty brunette, sneaks up behind Mark. She whispers in his ear.
You will come with me?
Mark turns to her, startled. He smiles widely.
What?
You will come. I show you.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah. Okay, sure, great.
Mark rises from his seat.
I'll be back, I guess. She's gonna show me.
Mark has a very excited look as he walks off with Inga. She takes his hand and leads him toward the woods.
Somebody for everybody, I guess.
Josh is so immersed in his thoughts, he didn't even notice Mark being lured away. In the main house that night, everybody is climbing into bed. Josh's eyes, however, are busy. He's thinking intensely about something. Danny sneaks up on him.
Hey, can I steal another sleeping pill, only half this time?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Josh fetches her a pill. She takes it and moves to her bed. Josh crawls stiffly into his bed. He's still wearing his shoes. In the main house later, everyone is asleep except for Josh, who looks as tense as before. He sits up, scanning the room to make sure no one is awake, then climbs quietly out of bed. He creeps to the door and silently exits. Main house continuous. Josh rushes across the grass. It is now darkest twilight. He hustles to the temple, glancing nervously about. In the temple foyer, Josh passes through to enter the temple doors. Inside the temple, Josh creeps over to the pedestal featuring the holy book of Ruby Rider. He pulls out his phone, turns on the flashlight, and begins taking silent photos, page by page, of Ruby Rider's text. While he anxiously photographs, Josh keeps glancing up at the temple doors, making sure he's still alone. He has photographed about 15 pages when he hears the front door creak open. Josh freezes. He looks up. Through the temple's open doors, he sees somebody standing in the dark foyer. The person is barely visible in the dimness. After some scrutiny, Josh makes it out to be Mark. He is standing motionless.
Holy fuck. Mark?
Doesn't move or speak.
What the fuck are you doing? Close the door. We're not supposed to be here.
Mark still doesn't move. Despite how hard it is to see, one can tell that his body looks bulkier than usual and his face seems somewhat swollen. Josh looks unsettled. He starts moving toward the door.
Mark? Hello? What the fuck?
Mark steps forward. It is now bright enough to see this is Mark. It's a larger man, and he's wearing Mark's skin, which is stretched uneasily over the man's bulkier features. Upon closer inspection, one might identify these features as belonging to Ulf. Before the full horror of this revelation can register on Josh's face, he is struck against the head by a bludgeoning force, a block of wood wielded by an off-screen Harkin. Josh collapses to make a sustained, involuntary groaning noise. Quiet moment as Mark eyes invisible. A quiet moment as Mark, eyes invisible behind a skin mask, stares down at Josh's twitching body. Josh's body is swiftly dragged out of frame. Inside the main house in the morning, we hear the rooster crow outside. Inside, people stir awake on their beds. Josh's bed is empty, as is. Exterior farmstead. Morning breakfast time. Danny, Christian, and Pele look quizzically around.
Can Mark still be off with that girl?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Then what about Josh?
I'm honestly not too concerned.
The plump elder stands up. A hush falls over the scene.
We have something regretful to announce. This morning, the third book of Ruby Radar was found missing from the South House. We are not hoping to point fingers, yet we ask kindly that whoever took it, please return it to its original place. We can leave it in the South House, which will be left unguarded and unwatched. Nobody need know it was you. If it is not returned by tonight, other actions will be taken. Thank you.
He sits down and everyone uneasily resumes eating.
Which of you is surprised?
Later, breakfast is ended. People leave their tables carrying their empty plates. Christian, Danny, and Pele stand up to see the thin elder and plump elder walking toward them. Our group anticipates the following questions.
Where is your friend Josh?
I know. We have no idea.
He and your other friend go disappearing on the same day. You see how it looks.
Yes, obviously, but I swear to you, we are completely in the dark on this. We are every bit as confused as you are.
We did see Mark go off with that one of the girls last night.
What girl?
Inga.
The plump elder thinks about this. Christian interjects.
But Mark wouldn't have done this. Josh, though, he came to bed with us, and when we woke up, he was gone. And if he did take that book, I pray you understand we do not identify as friends of his or collaborators or anything. I certainly don't vouch for him, and we'd be so embarrassed to be connected to this in any way.
Beat. The thin elder relents.
Let's just hope it gets returned.
Yes, I hope that very much.
I feel responsible.
Well, You and Odd can go looking for them. Maybe you can redeem this.
Pele nods, walks to Odd, and they proceed toward the truck. The plump elder turns to Danny and Christian.
You'll be going with the women for the day's activity. And Siv asked to see you in her house.
Why?
The elder doesn't have the answer.
Which one is hers?
The elder points to a small white house across the field. Christian nods okay and starts toward it, and as he walks, he hears,
Grandfather Sten.
The truck is gone.
What?
Christian turns to see a distraught Pele and Odd.
They took the truck.
Pele stares daggers at Christian and then turns back to Odd. Christian, very uneasy now, proceeds to the small white house. Exterior field, day, extreme close-up of a bright yellow-green paste. It's being mashed up vigorously in a bowl. The paste is made of ground-up flowers. A fat scoop of the paste is dropped into a large jug of spring water perched on a table. The paste is stirred into the water. A queue of women between 16 and 35 have formed behind the table. One by one, the women accept a cup of the water and drink it, sometimes after nervous hesitation. In the background is the maypole. Danny has joined the line. The blonde woman, whom she has befriended earlier, is in front of her.
Do you know what we're doing?
Oh, yes, this is the big one.
The blonde woman smiles mischievously. Danny smiles skeptically back. They arrive at the water table. Both are handed a cup.
It's just water?
Not just. It is for the competition.
The blonde woman gulps hers down, then gestures, you now. Danny pauses and then knocks it back.
Uh-huh.
She laughs and hugs Danny.
Here we go.
Danny looks very nervous. Later, 3 circles of women have formed around the maypole. The inside circle of about 8 women is surrounded by the middle circle of about 15 women, which is surrounded by the largest outside circle of about 22 women. The men, children, and older women have gathered on the grass to watch. The large woman stands with musicians, fiddler, key, harpist, and flautist. Danny stands in the middle circle. All the neighboring women look very excited. Danny looks down at the earth. At first, everything looks normal, but then she notices grass has begun to sprout from her shoes. Danny looks up. Fuck, she's tripping. The large woman speaks up.
In Swedish. It was here, long ago, that the black one lured the youths of Arga to the grass and seduced them into dance. Once they began, they could not stop, and they danced themselves to death. Now in life, we, holding defiance of the black one, we dance until we fall, and she who survives last will be crowned for her stamina.
The large woman claps her hands once. The musicians play a long, sustained note. All of the women join hands and slowly dip to a cross-legged bow. The musical note dies, a brief moment of silence, and then the music begins. It is the song of the Hargis. The women begin to dance. The inside circle dances to the right, the middle circle to the left, the outside circle to the right. Danny stumbles as she finds her way into the dance. Once she hits her stride, she smiles. The blonde woman looks back at her and laughs good-naturedly, and Danny laughs back. Interior small white house. At the same time, Christian sits in a small wooden chair in the empty living room. The walls are completely covered in runic mural art. Christian lingers on a particularly striking illustration painted in the wall's center, in which a bear is being burned alive before several onlookers. A door opens to reveal Siv.
Please, come in.
Christian rises to follow Siv into the other room. Interior small room, a spare room, 2 chairs face each other in the center. Siv takes a seat in one of them.
Please, sit.
Christian obliges. Siv's posture is perfect. Christian self-consciously corrects his posture. A long silence, and then...
I just need to say, I have no idea where Josh went, and I can swear to that on my mother's life.
How do you feel about Maya?
Christian pauses.
About Maya?
Siv's yes.
How do I feel about her? How?
You have been approved to mate with her. You're an ideal astrological match, and she has fallen in love with you.
We haven't even spoken.
She fell in love with you before you came. Pele showed her a photo.
I have someone here with me. I'm with Danny.
Danny will not know. I am not proposing marriage. You wouldn't be approved for that.
So you're asking me to what?
I'm asking you if you care to mate with Maya. It is a one-night offer.
She's very beautiful.
She is very beautiful.
I think I ate one of her pubic hairs.
That sounds probably right.
There's a beat, and Christian doesn't know what to say.
From an academic perspective, it would also serve as a unique glimpse into our sexual rights.
Can I not have a unique glimpse without participating?
Siv smiles at the silly question.
Can I think about it?
You can think about it here. Tonight it is the time of alignment. Then it's done.
A long, conflicted pause.
I don't think I can.
Okay. Is that your answer?
Christian hesitates. He's very torn. Exterior small white house minutes later, Christian emerges from the house in a daze. We track back with him. His eyes are fraught as he wrestles with the moral quandary, but as he continues to walk and think, a vague smile sneaks onto his face. Christian looks forward to see the dance competition in the distance. He's walking toward it. Exterior field at the same time, Danny is still engaged in the dance. It's a dizzying spectacle. And the mountainous hallucinations are clearly taking their toll on the dancers. The music stops abruptly and everyone freezes.
Around.
Everyone turns around to face the opposite direction. They switch hands and the music resumes. They now dance in the opposite direction. One woman stumbles to her knees, laughing. She is now disqualified. She walks off to sit on the grass and watch. Another woman pulls out of the circle to retch nearby. She is also disqualified. Danny, who was having fun, is suddenly disturbed by the retching sound and feels sick for a second.
Josh?
The blonde woman turns happily to Danny.
Don't slip.
Danny looks at her.
Can you holding on?
Danny gets a second wind. She's back. Maya, who's dancing in the outside circle, sees Christian arriving. He joins the onlookers. Maya decisively feigns collapse, opting out of the dance. She stumbles over to the onlookers, affecting dizziness. She glances over at Christian, smiling at him. He smiles back. She coyly sits a few people over. The electricity between them is palpable. The music stops abruptly again. All the dancers turn around, switching hands. As the music starts again, one woman topples to her side, bringing down two of her neighbors. She and one other laugh. The third woman is furious. Later, many of the women now have been disqualified. Danny is still in the running. She seems determined to stay alert and compete. The music ceases. The women stop. Their attention is turned to the field where 9 small fences extend one after another.
9 fences jumped clean, 3 ladies at a time. Now we are jumping the 9 fences. We go 3 and then 3.
What?
Just watch first.
The large woman claps once. 3 women, including the blonde woman, walk up to form a row. Standing side by side, they face the 9 fences. The fiddler suddenly wails on his fiddle, creating an intense treble. All the women run forward. They jump over each fence and run to the next. One woman's foot catches on the 3rd fence and she falls to the grass. Another woman collapses over the 5th fence. The blonde woman makes it to the end and happily returns, still eligible. Another 3 women go. Again, only one makes it to the end. Next up, 2 women line up. Danny is urged forward to join them. She looks to the women beside her. They smile at her. Their smiles stretch wider and more fluidly than normal. The edges of their mouths elongate up their cheeks. The fiddle suddenly trebles. The women run. Danny jumps over the 1st fence. She gasps, suddenly filled with confidence. She runs to the next fence and clears it. She runs faster now to the 3rd fence, clears it. The 4th fence, clears it. The woman to Danny's left suddenly biffs it, falling on her face. Unshaken, Danny clears the 5th fence, and then the 6th, and the 7th, and the 8th. Danny makes it to the final and tallest fence. She leaps high. Her foot almost connects with the top of the fence, but it passes over. She lands on her feet triumphant. She glows with excitement. The other woman also made it. She walks up to Danny, hugs her, and gives her an encouraging peck on the lips. Danny turns to the onlookers. She sees Christian. He isn't paying attention. He claps absent-mindedly. Danny's expression curdles. She walks back to the maypole. Her trip is turning bad again. More women have lined up to jump the fences. The fiddle shrieks and they run. Christian's eyes go to Danny. She's staring at him. Taken aback, he gives her a smile. She doesn't smile back. She's very much in the grip of the psychedelics now. Danny's hands are taken by women on either side of her. Confused, she looks around to see that she is now part of a more modest circle surrounding the maypole. Only 7 women remain. The music starts and they commence dancing. Meanwhile, Christian sits among the onlookers. He's sneaking obsessive glances at Maya. Suddenly, he notices Ula, who he met earlier, walking up toward him. She arrives at his feet, holding out the cup of flower-spiked water.
For you.
What is it?
Spring water with special properties.
What'll it do?
Breaks down your defenses and opens you for the influence.
I'm worried I'll have a bad trip.
Christian looks back to Maya. She is now looking directly at him. Her eyes are languid, confident. She doesn't break the gaze. Christian turns to Ula and accepts the water. He sips it again, knocks it back. Settling into the idea that he is now going to hallucinate, Christian looks back to the maypole. The women are still dancing in a circle. In the dancing circle, Danny's eyes betray a rising panic. One skinny woman says as a provocation, in Swedish,
sorry, if we stop, will everything keep spinning?
And a short woman replies,
what if we look down and there were centipedes everywhere?
The short woman laughs and then looks down as imagines she sees the ground as a squirming blanket of centipedes. She screams in horror, desperately fleeing the circle. Another woman has looked down to see the same thing. She screams too and runs off. Danny looks down, panicked and confused. It's just the earth beneath her feet.
There's nothing there.
Danny looks up. She laughs with relief, still confused.
That's right. Hold on to your brain.
Now there are only 5 women dancing. Time lapse, the shadows of the dancing women crawl across the grass, moving in accordance with the drifting sun. 2 women fall to be disqualified over the course of this time lapse. Now only Danny and the 2 other women are in the running. One of these is the blonde woman, the other is the good-natured plump woman. They dance each separately, no longer holding hands. The plump woman's legs are clearly less stable than Danny's or the blonde woman's, and she's tired and stumbling. Competition has been growing in Danny. She's so close to winning, but she can taste it. The blonde woman turns happily to Danny.
Are you tired?
Danny, still dancing.
Borga, Borgie, Ziga, Borga.
Borga?
Danny repeats herself, but it comes out as
Abba, Uba, Ubadu, Gabuga.
The blonde woman, understanding, responds,
Orga, Borga.
A Borga, Borga, Asa, Borga, Toga, Budaloo.
Danny somehow understands her. They're speaking complete gibberish, but they understand each other perfectly, and Danny's amazed.
Borga, Borga, Weeda, Borga, Boogie.
The blonde woman nods maniacally, agreeing with this.
Oh, Borga, 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 I got Borga.
The blonde woman suddenly trips over one foot to fall crashing to the ground. The blonde woman, still facing Danny, trips over the plump woman and collapses, laughing merrily all the way down. Danny dances past the fallen woman. She doesn't immediately realize she's just won the competition. She just looks determined as she continues dancing maniacally around the maypole. Cheering women rush over to congratulate Danny, but she keeps dancing in the circle, afraid that it's a trick. The women tug excitedly at Danny's arms. They embrace her. Danny decelerates, but does not cease dancing. Finally, enough women have enfolded her. Her dancing feet slow to a confused halt.
In Swedish, we have our May Queen.
The large woman approaches with an immense, gorgeously crafted garland crown. She lays it on Danny's head.
It's over?
You are our May Queen.
Why? Me?
You.
What do you mean?
Rose petals are fired out of small air cannons by children. The petals rain down on Danny and the surrounding Hargans. Danny, severely disoriented, is led aside by several women. One woman wraps her in a sort of scarf composed only of greenery and flora, and then she is directed to stand before a gorgeous view of the field. Her distracted attention is pointed to a man holding a large, old film camera. He takes Danny's photograph. Danny looks for Christian, who stands among the Hargans with a baffled expression. Danny alights on him.
What's happening?
But Christian doesn't understand it himself. He shakes his head to say, I don't know.
What does this mean? What do I have to do?
The women answer with hugs, warm smiles, and kisses on her cheek. Their faces morph subtly, the product of the psychedelics. Among the people who kiss her are her mother, her father, and her sister Terry. She looks back at them, but they've disappeared, a figment of her imagination. Caught up in the hallucination, Danny falls into a traumatized daze. Pele breaks the spell by giving Danny an enthusiastic hug. And Pele says,
Sorry, forgot that I was muted there. Holy cow, you won! May Queen!
He gives her a blunt kiss on the lips. Before she can react, Pele is replaced by two new women also kissing and hugging her. Danny is then led to a round wooden plank painted gold and shaped like a cartoon sun with 8 long protruding handles. She is directed to stand on it.
Careful.
The handles are gripped by 8 men, and Danny is swiftly hoisted up. She almost falls, but doesn't. She's elevated 5 feet above the ground as the crowd erupts into mirthful song. The song persists as Danny, still on her pedestal, is carried across the field. All eyes are on her. Everyone follows her.
Christian?
The Christians lag to the back of the crowd. He looks extremely conflicted. His eyes move to Maya, whose eyes are trained on him. She smiles widely, but her eyes are faded. Christian slows to a stop as the procession continues. Ula runs back to fetch him. She takes his hand and pulls him back toward the crowd. Meanwhile, Danny's confusion and fear is beginning to subside. She looks down at the procession to see that these people are indeed celebrating her. A few women even persist in throwing rose petals up at her. Danny, now calm, looks down to see that her feet and legs have assumed the gold color of the plank like a chameleon. The crowd arrives at today's dining area. In a lush field, the tables are all queued to form a long, straight line. The head of the table is a huge chair, more like a throne, adorned in lush greenery and bright flora. Danny's pedestal is set down. Members of the crowd step aside to create a path for Danny's trajectory toward the throne. Danny takes a moment before stepping decisively onto the grass. When her foot touches the grass, small summer flowers magically sprout up around her foot. The next step is the same. Flowers emerge impossibly from the soil. She continues to walk forward, having now assumed a more self-possessed posture. Confidence is rising in her, and with every step, more flowers sprout up. She's leaving a beautiful trail of wild flowers in her wake. Danny stops at the throne. Everyone now finds their way to their seats, but no one sits. They look to her. She looks momentarily confused, but then understands. She sits. Now everyone may sit. Danny admires her green throne. The greenery and flora subtly swell and deflate, as we saw before with the mushroom crisp. Plates. Danny is the first person to receive food and drink. Her tableware is much finer than the rest. Before long, everyone has food in front of them. When they sit with their hands on their laps, present, and wait for Danny. Danny picks up her fork. She looks back to the rest of the table. They all look back at her with patience. She then looks down and pierces her food with the fork. The sound of the piercing is heightened. Danny takes a bite. Now everyone may begin eating. Danny looks down at the length of the extended table. She alights on Christian, who isn't eating. He looks very disturbed, clearly suffering a bad trip. He looks in Danny's direction. They lock eyes, but communicate nothing to each other. They're both lost in confusion, but they don't share in this. If anything, they look scared of each other. This moment is broken by a server arriving at Danny's side. He presents her with a baby salt herring. The community sees this and laughs, knowing what's in store.
For what?
And he explains.
You must eat it whole, but the tail going first.
What? I can't. That's too big. That's
No, you must try.
Christian, tripping heavily, turns to a large man at his side.
How much is happening right now?
Inexplicably, the large man claps in Christian's face. This sends Christian on an intense downward spiral.
Why did you do that?
The large man's attention is now on Danny, whose head is tilted back as she tries to eat the herring whole tail first. The plump elder holds it above her, feeding it into her mouth. Danny takes half the herring into her mouth, starts to chew, and then coughs out the rest. This elicits ecstatic applause. Danny, unnerved at first, lets out a childlike laugh.
A word from the May Queen.
Yes, speech. Stand. Stand.
Danny is urged to stand up, and does so, clearly hallucinating intensely. The silence hangs heavily.
I don't know if this is real or what's happening, but thank you.
Danny lets this hang and then sits back down. A brief awkward pause and then...
Hey, Queen, skull!
Skull! Everyone drinks to that. One Hargan woman turns to Danny to excitedly say,
"You are the family now, yes?"
Danny nods, unsure. The woman nods maniacally.
Yes, yes, you are the family.
The woman rubs Danny's arm, smiling warmly and aggressively. Pele, we reveal, is composing a drawing of Danny on her throne. Christian's expression is sour. He turns to notice that Maya is looking back at him. Taken aback, Christian's expression slowly softens in a slack-jawed, lust-stricken way. Maya is clearly in heat. Holding Christian's gaze, she rises from her seat as if in slow motion and begins to walk sensually off. Christian watches her go. She passes Siv, whose eyes are also trained on Christian. Maya continues toward the temple, glancing back at Christian to confirm that he's still watching her. Danny notices this, despite the fact that everyone is competing for her attention. Danny looks to Christian. He stares dumbly at the table, lost in conflict. Minutes later, everyone is finished. Siv rises. All eyes go respectfully to her.
Now it is traditional for the May Queen to bless our crops and livestock. And after the luck you just inherited from that salt herring, we should all be doubly encouraged.
There's polite laughter all around as Siv gestures in the direction of a carriage just beyond the tables. Its roof sports 3 unlit torches. The 3 girls scatter flowers to create a path between Danny and the carriage. Danny rises and everyone else stands up too.
Can Christian come with me?
No, the Queen must ride alone.
Danny pauses to accept this. She steps onto the floral path and approaches the carriage. On the way, one man, dressed in lady's clothing, offers her a long flaming stick. Danny accepts it. The man motions to the carriage's unlit torches. Danny walks to the carriage, extends the stick's flame toward the torches, and sets them each afire. The man takes the stick back from Danny and gestures for her to enter the carriage. A traditionally dressed man stands beside the carriage door. He hands Danny a vial of holy spring water and offers Danny his hand for support as she contemplates entering.
Your Majesty.
Danny accepts his supportive hand as she climbs into the carriage, and she takes a seat. Outside, several young women, including the red-haired woman, have gathered in front of the carriage. They each take hold of rods prepared to pull the carriage. A few other women have gathered to the sides of the carriage. They hold juniper boughs and unlit torches. One girl goes around igniting their torches. Exterior field, same time. Most of the community remains standing at the dining tables, and they watch as the women pull the carriage away. Christian watches too, guilt-ridden. He looks to Siv. She looks unblinkingly back. Inside the carriage, Danny looks out the window as the carriage is pulled through the wheat fields. The accompanying women wave their torches about, casting away dark spirits. A girl begins scattering flowers to create a new path. This is between Christian and the temple. All eyes are now on him. Christian, frozen for a moment, rises. He takes one abrupt step forward, then continues warily toward the temple. Interior temple, Christian enters the foyer. The temple doors are closed. A bearded man in a dress stands in waiting. He hands Christian a white gown.
Put this.
The man gestures to a modesty panel in the corner behind which Christian can disrobe. Exterior wheat field at the same time. The women pulling the carriage have slowed to a stop. Danny is directed by the red-haired woman to step out. She is handed a flaming torch and led to a small hole in the ground. Danny is handed a sack of grain, a raw steak, and an egg. She is directed to pour the grain in the hole, which she does, and then to drop the steak over the grain. She does this too. She is then instructed to crack the egg and pour its contents into the hole. The red-haired woman now affects perfect posture. Danny instinctively mimics this.
Repeat now after me.
Danny and the red-haired woman are looking directly into each other's eyes. The red-haired woman begins to sing very slowly, enunciating very carefully, and Danny sings along quite well.
Follow, sweet children, I'll show thee the way, through all the pain and the sorrows. Weep not, poor children, for life is this way, murdering beauty and passions.
The red-haired woman is impressed, as am I. All are looking at the young woman. The hole is covered up with soil. Interior temple foyer, same time, Christian has changed into a white gown. He steps nervously out from behind the modesty panel.
What now?
The bearded man in the dress holds up a stone pot. He lifts off the lid to release a wave of steam.
Breathe in.
What does it do?
For your vitality.
Christian breathes in the vapors. His eyes begin to cloud. He exhales heavily. He's already feeling the effects. His breathing becomes shallow. The bearded man now opens the doors to the temple. Interior temple continues. It is dark, save for several burning candles. In the center of the room, lying on a bed of freshly cut birch twigs and wildflowers, is Maya. She is nude, lying on her back, legs together. Several older women, mostly in their 30s and 40s, a few in their 50s and 60s, stand at the back of the room. They are also nude. Christian is too stoned to react. He regards the room as he would a dreamscape. Ceremonial music begins. A few women reading from the Ruby Roder sing the Hargis's wordless groaning microtonal tradition. One woman steps up to draw Christian's gown off his shoulders. He is fluidly disrobed. Now standing naked and erect, he is directed toward Maya, who waits nervously. Christian seems to levitate a half an inch off the ground and then floats gently across the room, clearly a product of his escalating hallucination. As he approaches Maya, the singing intensifies. Maya's legs timidly part. Christian, now standing at her feet, looks down at her. Her eyes are closed as she waits to be taken. Exterior cattle house, same time. The sun is less intense now. It is nearing twilight. The carriage was pulled up to the cattle house, and Danny, holding a torch, proceeds to bless the livestock according to the red-haired woman's instructions. Back in the temple, Christian has descended to his knees. He sits between Maya's legs, preparing himself. He looks extremely intoxicated. Maya's eyes are squeezed shut as she anticipates what's coming. Christian awkwardly leans down to gently kiss her lips. Without opening her eyes, she kisses back slowly, sensually. The singing rises and falls out of harmony, trembling impatience. Christian gently presses himself into Maya. Her mouth opens in anticipation. He enters her. Overwhelmed, Maya digs her nails into his back. Her eyes well with tears. Christian looks unsettled, but he continues. Christian is now making love to Maya very slowly, almost robotically. She lies motionless, mouth agape. She doesn't move a muscle, nor does she make a sound, but her expression is one of total paralyzed ecstasy. The singing has now harmonized. The older women watch this with rapt attention. They are clearly aroused. The lovemaking is dreamily slow. The singing rises subtly. Delayed percussion accompanies each heavy, lagging thrust. Maya looks back at one of the women in her 50s. The woman smiles tenderly at her. This would be touching if it weren't so weird. Maya offers the woman her hand, and the woman supportively takes it into her hands. The woman lovingly presses her cheek against Maya's open palm, caressing her face. Exterior farmstead. Moments later, the carriages return to the farmstead. Danny steps uneasily out of the wagon, still under the warping influence of the hallucinogen. The singing is heard faintly from the temple.
We shall go now to Sif's house.
What's there?
It is a special meeting, only for the queens. She will bless you.
The distant singing persists. Danny looks to the temple. She seems drawn to it.
What about there?
Not for us.
Danny, attracted to this by the singing, takes a few steps toward the temple. The young women look very concerned. The red-haired woman steps up to stand in Danny's way.
I think you should not.
Why?
The red-headed woman is not convincing in what she says.
It is a ceremony for the men.
Danny is now very suspicious. Her expression begs, what is it really? And the red-haired woman's expression says that it is something that would hurt Danny. The woman's expression pleads, don't go inside for your own sake. Danny's eyes narrow with paranoia. Now she must enter. She pushes ahead. The women remain where they are, very worried. Interior temple foyer continuous. Danny enters the foyer of the temple. Beyond the closed doors, the singing has reached an operatic intensity. Danny takes a moment to gather herself, and then she bends down to peer through the door's keyhole. Through the keyhole, Danny sees Christian's back as he makes love to Maya. The surrounding women have fallen deeper into their trance. Danny's eyes go wide with horror. Stunned, Danny backs away from the keyhole. She suddenly doubles over and retches. She rushes out of the temple. Exterior temple continuous. Danny runs outside and vomits onto the grass. She's in a state of shock. Her breathing is shallow and she looks anxiously around as if confused as to her whereabouts. The young women rush over to Danny. They surround her, touching her, rubbing her. Danny can't breathe. She's panicking. The red-haired woman directs the women to lead Danny to the main house. They all hurriedly guide her in that direction. In the main house, the young women usher Danny to her bed. They sit her down, gathering intimately around her. Danny struggles increasingly to breathe. The red-haired woman holds Danny's face in her hands. She locks eyes with Danny and affects deep breathing. Danny's eyes, unwilling to settle at first, gradually become fixed to the woman's. The woman continues to affect deep, measured breathing. Danny struggles to follow her. Her breathing trembles to meet the red-haired woman's example. Finally, Danny breaks down into tears. Everything she's bottled up, all the emotions she's labored to stifle. It all comes bursting out. She falls into deep, anguished sobs. Still locked onto Danny's gaze, the red-haired woman also breaks down. She sobs deeply along with Danny.
I can't make that noise.
They are sympathetically connected. It is remarkable and very unsettling. The surrounding women have also started crying, although not as intensely as the woman. Crying infects. The deeper they go, the greater the outpour. It has become a circle of hysterical, weeping women. They moan and scream and cry. It's positive. The temple at the same time, the ceremony has nearly reached its apogee. The singing has peaked and Christian is thrusting faster and harder than before. Maya, eyes still closed, is in a state of absolute euphoria. Christian suddenly looks ill. He begins to slow down.
No, don't stop.
Christian, like he's going to be sick. One of the old women in her 60s crouches behind Christian. She pushes on his buttocks, urging him to thrust faster. She keeps pushing and pushing until Christian's thrusts have gained in force.
Yes, feel me.
Christian continues to push until he finally climaxes. The old naked woman releases him and backs away. The singing dies out. Christian, motionless for a long moment, pulls out of Maya and sits on the ground. He looks slightly traumatized. Maya looks as euphoric as ever. She hugs her knees to her chest and gently rocks herself back and forth.
I can feel it. I feel his life inside me.
Christian looks back to the old woman who is just pushing his buttocks. She smiles toothlessly at him. He's definitely going to be sick. He stands suddenly, taking the room with growing repulsion. He turns to amble dizzily out of the temple. Exterior temple continuous, he exits. Christian looks around, increasingly disoriented. He looks down to see the fresh puddle of Danny's vomit. This triggers him to retch. He moves desperately away from the vomit. Standing at a distance, several isolated Hargans watch Christian stumbling about. Christian tries to ignore them. He walks toward the main house. As he approaches, he hears the chorus of crying coming from Danny and the young women and immediately changes his trajectory. Christian is now walking toward the horse stable. As he passes the stable, he peers inside to notice the truck, which was supposedly stolen, that is parked inside. Christian's eyes buzz with suspicion. Very aware that he's being watched, Christian continues onward. He arrives at a small house. He opens the door to reveal that it's a chicken coop. Christian enters. He shuts the door behind him. Chickens flap stupidly about. Christian tries to regain his composure. As he tries to sober himself up, a barely moaning is heard. He looks up, startled, to see across the room Josh has been chained to a fence. He is shirtless, his eyes are half open, and the skin of Josh's upper abdomen has been stretched open to expose his liver and the corners of his ribs. If it weren't for his faint moans, it would be difficult to discern whether he was alive. The gnarled edges of Josh's wound have been covered in bird food. It is clear that birds have been at it. In fact, one chicken is currently and feebly trying to flap its way up to Josh's open wound, and one crow is perched to Josh's side. Frozen in horror, Christian stares unblinkingly.
Josh?
Christian's eyes fill intensely with tears. He starts toward Josh. As he arrives near him, he begins to repeat,
Josh.
Josh's eyes burst open and he gasps wretchedly for air. He is thrown into violent, gurgling convulsions. Christian turns around to see Simon's corpse hanging upside down. His bare feet have been shod with iron horseshoes, and he hangs dangling by the heels, rope secured at the ceiling that has been tied between the tendon and the bone. Christian's face is locked in an odd expression of utter horror. He turns to run only to bump into Odd, whose face is painted white. Odd blows a handful of brown powder into Christian's face. Christian can't help but breathe it in. He coughs out a lungful of the mysterious dust. Stunned for a moment, Christian stumbles back. He tries to move his legs, but they are suddenly frozen. Now, immobile, Christian suddenly collapses. Drunkenly, he rocks in panic, unable to move. His eyes are locked open. He sees a gathering of Hargans outside the door. Among them is Pele. Christian looks pleadingly at Pele. Pele looks away with shame. Odd leans down. With his fingers, he closes one of Christian's eyelids. He then closes the other. As this lid shuts, we go to black. Hold on black. After a beat, we cut sharply to the field. Next day, a tight close-up of Christian's sleeping face. His lip is slightly contorted and his chin is chapped with dried saliva. A hand enters the frame to gently slap Christian awake. His eyelids do not open on their own. The hand's fingers pry open Christian's eyelids. His lip remains contorted. He tries to speak, but it's nothing but vowels. And a Hargan man says,
you cannot speak, you cannot move.
Yeah. We cut wide to reveal that Christian sits limply on the grass, propped up against a pole. He faces an immense throne made of jagged sticks and enveloping greenery. Danny sits in this throne, dressed in a beautiful white dress covered in intricate embroidery. Her face is painted white, her lips painted black. Her impressive floral garland crown is comprised of the 9 special flowers and herbs. To either side of her, the elders are all seated in a row. Also, Reuben has a special seat whose platform is covered in cotton to resemble clouds. Danny seems to have detached from reality completely. Her eyes are somewhere far away. The entire community is gathered behind Christian. Among them, Maya stands happily wearing vivid red lipstick. Siv has risen to announce,
on this, the day of our deity of purification, we gather to give special thanks to our beloved son. As an offering to our great father, we will today surrender 9 human lives.
Christian's eyes flare with terror. Danny's expression is blank.
As Horga takes, so Horga gives. Thus, for every new blood sacrificed, we will dedicate one of our own. That is, 4 new bloods, 4 Horgans, and 1 to be chosen by our queen. 9 in all, to die and be reborn in the great and just cycle.
Div turns to the plump elder. He rises to continue the speech.
The 4 new bloods have already been supplied. As for our end, we have 2 already dedicated.
The plump elder gestures to the corpses of the 2 elders who jumped to their death. These bodies are proudly displayed near the back of the crowd.
And 2 who have volunteered. Ingmar, Ulf.
Ingmar and Ulf take 1 step forward. Ulf looks nervous. Ingmar looks overjoyed.
You have brought outside offerings, thus volunteering your own bodies. You will today be joined in harmony with everything. And to Pele, who has brought us new blood and our new queen, you are today honored for your unclouded intuition.
Pele, wearing a twig crown, smiles sadly. The plump elder continues.
And now for the 9th offering, it is traditional that our queen, in all her fairness and wisdom, shall choose between a pre-selected new blood and a specially ordained Hargan.
The plump elder turns to a man standing beside a large ball cage, as generally used in bingo. The cage holds about 100 wooden balls the size of ping pong balls, with a different runic name carved into each. The man rotates the ball cage and dispenses a single ball. The man holds up the ball and then reads the name aloud.
Doug.
Honorable Dag, please step forward.
Dag, a man in his late 50s, looks like he just won the lottery. He takes a step forward, beaming with pride.
And Christian Hughes.
The plump elder acknowledges Christian, whose eyes are locked wide.
These are your candidates for the 9th and final offering. We patiently await your verdict.
Christian tries to scream, but this only results in muffled moans. His eyes beg Danny for mercy. Her eyes are glass. The community waits as Danny makes her silent deliberation. Danny's eyes settle fixedly on Christian. A wave of intense emotion suddenly animates Danny's face. Sadness, anger, love, heartbreak. These feelings are finally wrestled down, and her expression becomes blank again. Her eyes, still trained on Christian, have hardened. They narrow pointedly to suggest that she's made her decision. The plump elder understands.
The honor has been bestowed on Christian Hughes, our 9th and most sacred offering.
Christian's muffled screams now become hysterical. Danny's gaze remains steely and absent. Exterior field, evening, close-up of a wheel rolling across the grass. Tracking alongside this, we tilt up to reveal that belongs to a wheelbarrow. Lying in the wheelbarrow is Connie's corpse. It is soaking wet and its flesh is grossly distended from being left underwater. She's wearing the same outfit of greenery and jewels that was used earlier for the sacrificial tree, which was fed to the river. Continuing to track alongside the wheelbarrow, which is pushed by a young male Hargan, we pull back to expand our view. We reveal that the Hargan is carting Connie's corpse toward the yellow-painted sacred house, which was previously off limits. It stands in the center of an open field. Its door is now open. We settle on a static wide of this until a new cart is pushed into frame. We now follow this cart, keeping it centered in the frame. This cart holds Mark's corpse. In fact, it is just his hollowed out skin stuffed with straw and hay. Peripherally, other bodies are being carted toward the house. We continue to track ahead, following Mark's cart into the sacred house. Inside the sacred house, the interior is completely adorned in greenery, an impossibly lush mausoleum. In the center is a platform made of hay. Connie's corpse is rested in one corner. Mark's is placed in the next corner. Simon's body is placed in between them. In the following corner is the corpse of one of the elderly men who jumped off the cliff. He is surrounded by his most precious belongings, jewelry, books, etc. His son, in his 40s, is overseeing the removal of one of his father's eyeballs by the doctor. The doctor has effectively drawn the corpse's eyeball from its socket. He hands the eyeball to the son. The doctor then moves to the body of the other elderly man who leapt to his death. He is also surrounded by his most prized possessions. The doctor now proceeds to remove his eyeball. Exterior field. The son of the fallen elder has walked to a small hole in the earth. He lays his father's eyeball in the hole and covers it with soil. Interior bookbinding room at the same time, a room that is typically used for bookbinding. Its walls are lined with collector's editions of books. A dead bear, seen earlier, alive and caged, lies on the island table. A deep incision has been drawn from the animal's neck to its groin, and two Hargan laborers pull out the bear's innards. After scooping out the majority of its guts, they pile the waste into a bucket. Then, with the assistance of two well-built Hargan men, the laborers endeavor to lift Christian's paralyzed body. Christian is fitted into the bear's hollowed-out carcass. They start by inserting his limp leg into the bear's legs. Interior sacred house minutes later, Christian has been secured into the giant bear carcass. The incision from its groin to its neck have been sewn up. The bear's jaw has been removed, creating a gaping hole down to its upper chest through which Christian's face is visible. 5 Hargan laborers plant the bear carcass in the center of the hay platform. There is a pole against which its back is rested. Christian is still unable to move or speak. His muffled screams persist. A man dressed as Vioar, the god of vengeance, stands before Christian. He holds ruby water in his hands.
Mighty and dreadful beast, with you we purge our most unholy affects. We banish you to the deepest recesses, where you may reflect on your wickedness.
Ingmar and Ulf are now strapped to the walls. They are also surrounded by their most prized belongings. The doctor stands before Ulf. He pours a thick, sappy liquid into Ulf's mouth.
The doctor was trying to grab a wig. Drink from the yew tree. Feel no fear.
The doctor moves to Ingmar, who smiles widely. The doctor pours the liquid into his mouth as well.
Drink from the yew tree. Feel no pain.
In the background, Josh's corpse has also been placed. The doctor leaves the house. Now 3 Hargan men enter with flaming torches. Music begins outside, including the wordless microtonal singing we've come to recognize. The men approach Christian, whose screaming has become horribly frenzied. The men move to a different side of the hay platform. They form a triangle. Simultaneously, they touch their torches to the hay, igniting a fire. Exterior field at the same time, the torchmen exit the house. Inside, the fire has begun to spread along the platform. The music rises as the fire picks up. The singing, which wavers in trembling anticipation, has not yet found the harmony. Danny watches this with disassociated eyes. She stands tensely in the field, eyes locked on the fire. Behind her, all of Harga is enraptured. Inside the sacred house, the fire has grown considerably. Inside the bear, Christian is now being steam boiled in the animal's fluids. The bear's fur begins to catch fire. Before long, the whole animal is swallowed in the blaze. Christian's wretched face becomes invisible behind the flames. Ulf and Ingmar, still smiling, watch this with detached fascination. The fire has now spread to other piles of hay. It has begun to crawl up the walls of the house. Ulf is suddenly consumed by flames. He screams. Exterior field, Ulf's screams are heard from the sacred house. Suddenly, every member of the Hargan community who is not singing begins to scream as well. Feeling Ulf's pain, they emit a horrible chorus of wails. When Ulf's screams die down, so do theirs. Meanwhile, Reuben has been given paper to paint on. 2 elders encourage him. Danny, watching the burning house with fraught eyes, is suddenly met with a wave of conflicting emotions. Her expression curdles into one of sheer horror and disgust. Then it becomes one of deep sorrow and shame. Her eyes well with tears. The singing has now harmonized and has risen to an insane operatic pitch. We cut to an immense water. Danny's back is in the foreground and the burning house is in the background. Overcome, Danny buries her face in her hands. Breaking into gentle sobs, she begins to walk aimlessly to the side. We track alongside her, keeping her centered. She is circling the house, pulling at her hair and face in increasing anguish. She is weeping now, and the house, ever present in the background, has become engulfed in the raging flame. Danny begins moaning and screaming. Her howls almost harmonize with the singing in the background. The fire roars and crackles in the distance. It is apocalyptic. Soon, it is uncertain whether Danny is laughing or crying. Her legs become weak and she collapses to her knees. 4 Hargans, one of them being Pele, run into the steam carrying a large chair, Dany's throne. The Hargans lift Dany by the arms and seat her in the throne. They then hoist the chair into the air. On the upward lift, we cut to a tight close-up of Dany's face. She's being carried forward. Her expression, which begins as one of great distress, slowly starts to turn. Her agony subsides into sudden confusion. What's happening? Where am I? I'm on this chair being carried. Her expression goes from fear to excitement to confusion again. She suddenly lets out an abrupt laugh, which we can't hear over the music and the now deafening fire. Dany is being taken over by an invading sense of pride and contentment. This soon evolves into a manic exhilaration. Dany beams. She has been embraced by a new family. She is queen. She is not alone. A smile finally breaks out onto Dany's face. She is surrendered to a joy known only by the insane. She has lost herself completely and is finally free. It is horrible and it is beautiful. It's black.
Holy shit, what an awesome ending. It was so good.
Put that motherfucker in a
So
bag.
good.
So cheery.
Good for her.
It's the feel-good movie of the year.
She finally finds her happiness. It's a happy ending.
Look at my face.
What was it? Wasn't there like a bunch of people took stills from the ends of a bunch of horror movies, and it was like the good for her ending?
Yes.
So now you have your own little bear.
Yes, I have my own bear.
Look at that bear.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Good.
Toxic asshole little bear.
Is that like a Ken doll inside?
Yes. I sued my narcissistic gaslighting, cheating ex, and small claims and won $3,700.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
About it on SoundCloud. So I make Hex your ex bears. I will make you this bear and write a diss poem about your ex.
Nice. Hex your ex.
Amazing.
I love it.
Yeah, treasure.
Wow.
Hex your ex bears.
That's so good.
That's amazing.
What'd you think, Abby?
That was a thing.
Much more graphic in the movie. It really is.
Yeah, the visuals
Yeah.
are kind of such a big part of it that it's like,
Yeah.
it's hard to get
Very shocking.
Then you'll be pleased to know I have a very vivid writer's imagination, so that was a lot.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
director's cut ended around page 98 with us reading.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's like 2 hours and 40 something minutes.
Yeah. That was impressive, y'all.
We did it.
Well
Good
done.
job, everybody.
We did it.
Yes. And we got a bear.
People did costume
Bears.
We got some
Bear.
bears.
Bear.
Beautiful.
This gave me a lot of flashbacks to A Fish Called Wanda.
You know,
Okay.
Well, there's two very specific things. Not so much the movie, but the reading thing. Because I got to do that one with Sadie's group, and I played Archie for that. So that involved stripping, as Josh did. It was nice to see someone else do that. And also reading a bunch of stuff in a language I do not speak.
oh, you mean as Christian? Yeah. When Christian did the
When I stripped.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joel. Fuck,
Unnecessary.
I know his name, I swear.
it's okay.
When Joel stripped.
Also, like, that character being named Josh makes sense. Like, I understand why you would think
Yes.
that the douchey boyfriend might be named Josh. That's
Josh,
not-
yeah.
It is. I actually am trying to say Joel and not getting correctly past the O. That is what is actually happening there.
Christian,
No
It's
worries.
4 letters and it starts with J and it's really late.
I was looking at the chat, Abby, and you said something about how it always sounded like I was cutting off Joel, and I definitely wasn't. But I hear that with Alex. It always sounds like people are cutting off Alex to me, and I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's like a weird.
Well, yeah. I mean, I knew you weren't like recreationally being a bitch throughout the entire thing. So that's why I was saying, is there something going on with the feeds?
Recreational douchitude.
It's okay. Christian deserves it.
Abby also become a bear. Oh no.
That was great.
Is it Abby?
Hello?
Yeah, Abby.
I am.
Yeah.
I am. So anyways, I love you guys all. This is like fucking super fun. Like, what a good show. And
Yay,
I got a
Amy.
bounce, but like fucking hope you guys carry on.
Great job, Amy.
Bye.
It's late for me too. I know it's super late for you people on the East Coast.
Abby, if you want to watch Midsommar, I have it. I do Zooms. I like to deflower people.
Or enflower them, as this show goes.
So I would be very happy to deflower you, and we can set up a Zoom for you to watch Midsommar for the first time.
I love it.
Oh, I want to watch it in a group.
I will do that with Promising Young Woman and Revenge. Those are the two that I just like. I've watched them both so many times. I'm always trying to like spread the gospel.
I do
It's so fucking good.
Movie watches every Monday and Tuesday. This month is Black History Month, so Monday I'm showing Malcolm X, and then Terror Tuesdays I'm showing Blade. So I throw a black horror film on that day. But outside of Monday and Tuesday night,
Sorry, I missed that. What did you say was the second movie? The one, the horror movie?
I'm showing Blade.
Oh, Blade. Yeah.
Last week was Candyman, and the next week.
Oh, Candyman. Yeah, that was good.
I have
I do Midsommar showings, and Beverly Hills Chihuahua Part 3 has also been added to that, but that's a whole other.
I feel like it's
That is the
appropriate
best
for me.
one.
I feel like it's appropriate for me to mention there. I haven't seen Us, but I've been wanting to.
Us was the first one I did for Black History Month on Terror Tuesday.
So good.
I do movie Zoom, so if y'all want to like friend me or something, or ask me about it, or message me.
I've never seen Malcolm X actually, which is
Well, that's
wild.
what's going on Monday night. So
yes.
I know I can't do Mondays. It's one of the only things that I've actually got another ongoing thing.
That's fine, but we can set up a Midsommar to watch.
I want to hear more. Yeah. I want it. Yes. Let's do that.
Yes.
I was just gonna say, because you mentioned that you were gonna watch Blade, one of my good friends who I know from back when I worked in a haunted house, Devon, does Blade cosplay, but he also does like the stage performances, so he does like stage combat shit as Blade.
Ooh.
And I bet he would really love that. So I will.
Bye, Laura.
I'll try to connect you to.
Reading to our skin full.
I have a feeling he would adore that, and he is like the sweetest sweetie that ever was.
I wear cosplays for most of my films. Like I did The Sound of Music, and I was Maria in The Sound of Music, and then I was Friedrich with his lederhosen made out of curtains.
Oh.
So like, I'm all about usually dressing up when I'm showing.
I love that. But I just think, because you mentioned Blade, I was like, oh my God, you know who would love that is my friend who's literally always dressed up as Blade.
Night.
That was the first Blade weirded me out a bit. And it was just because the tone to me seemed to suddenly shift right at the end.
Yeah.
Because it was like the whole thing is they were like, well, vampires can be killed by something that will change hemoglobin and anticoagulant this and science that and science, blood god. What?
I actually got squeamish watching Blade the first time. I had to like stop watching and look away.
Someone just made me the host, and I was just about to go to bed.
That was me, because I'm about to go to bed.
I think we're all leaving.
Everyone go to bed. Together where possible.
If anyone wants to keep talking,
Does anyone want to hang out? Because I can totally pass along hosting privileges.
I'm good too.
It's already tomorrow. It's already tomorrow for everybody.
Yes.